I manage a restaurant in Halifax. One of my cooks takes the bus to work every day. I don't know how I got myself into this situation, but yesterday during his shift, he came up to me in a panic, asking me to drive him to the hospital. "What's wrong?" I asked. The way he came up to me made me think that he'd cut a finger off. Apparently, his mother had just called to tell him his grandmother was dying. It was the real gather around, it's time. So I grabbed my purse, and we sped to get there. Again, I don't know how I get myself into these situations, but I somehow managed to get into the actual hospital room with the dying woman and the crying family. When I was dropping him off in the parking lot, he invited me in, and I felt weird saying no. When we went in, there's barely any standing room. All of the family was gathered as close as they could around the bed. I tried to stay as far back as I could, but as the last few people trickled in after me, I was trapped. It was uncomfortable, and I had to diligently keep on a sad facial expression so as to not look out of place, all while thinking to myself, well, ain't this a wacky predicament you've gotten yourself into? When the chatter in the room goes to a whisper, I can hear the grandmother's voice speak up in a sweet, elderly tone. Her words were spoken with a delicate southern drawl. She had the perfect grandmother voice to read stories. It warmed my heart the moment she began telling everyone, "All right, come on, y'all hush down." When the room went silent, she took a long, deep breath and then said, and I quote, "Now, I want all of you to know how much each of you made my life hell." And those were her last words. Then she died a few seconds later. Her final resting pose looked winced and pained. It was the saddest thing that I'd ever had to see. Each family member in the room shared a tearful yet embarrassed glance around the hospital room like, did she really just go out like that? Well, I had so many questions on our ride home. My coworker's name is Colin, and how he put it was like this. Grandma Lee had always been a handful. He couldn't recall one time in his childhood that she wasn't complaining about something, anything, from the temperature in the house to the way that he'd crunch his cereal as a kid. As Colin reminisced, the stories continued to flow from his mouth, one story after another about unchecked mental illness and the silly situations Grandma Lee got herself into. Unintentional, life-threatening dangers that she'd put Colin in when she babysat. She took him to the zoo, hung him over the guardrails just to get a closer look at the animals. When she pulled him back, Colin could see how upset the other adults looked, and they were all glaring at them. He didn't know why they were asked to leave that day. To him, at that age, Grandma Lee's unstable behavior was normal. There was a point in our road trip, as Colin pulled stories from his memory bank, I could see that he accidentally remembered one he didn't like. He stumbled over his words and then stopped speaking, like his thoughts had just made contact with his words, and he realized he was about to choke up on a story, one that he'd pushed down years ago. I turned to look at him and I saw tears rolling down his cheeks. I asked, "What's wrong?" Just a minute ago he was laughing. I had no clue what had happened. Colin says, "I just remembered something I hadn't thought about since I was a child." He tells me that there was something that happened once at Grandma Lee's that really scared him when he was young. We're talking 5 or 6. Grandma would have probably been in her early 40s. A windstorm had knocked out the power that day, and they had to maneuver around the house by candlelight. The power hadn't come on by the time he went to bed on the living room couch. When he wakes up again, it's still the middle of the night. He doesn't know what time, but it's still fully dark outside, and the house is even darker, all except for a thin blue light that stretched out from under Grandma's bedroom door. With the rest of the house drenched in black, this beautiful glow was the only light source in the house. The light had an almost hypnotizing presence, and without knowing it, Colin got off of his couch bed and wandered over to the bedroom door where the light was coming from. The hinges on his grandma's door were squeaky, so in order to stay quiet, he slowly pushed the door open. Every inch it moved revealed more of the bedroom, and let more blue light into the hallway. It was bright enough to hurt his eyes, but the source still eluded him. The light was almost blinding, and Colin had to squint his eyes. Through the shining light, he saw the figure of his grandmother. It looked like she was sitting up in bed, like she was watching TV, but the light was coming from behind and above her, almost silhouetting the front of her that Colin could see. Then he experienced a heart-dropping realization when he noticed that there were more people in that room, more than just his grandma. There were 4 other figures that were also in the room. They'd pressed themselves into the corners of the bedroom, hoping not to be seen by Colin's squinting scan of the room. But when he saw the first one in the corner nearest the bed, the other 3 stepped out from their hiding spots as well. They were tall. Their heads almost touched the ceiling, and they were all wearing black hooded cloaks, ones that didn't reflect the blue light. One of the entities had their hoods off, and Colin was briefly able to see that its features were not human. It terrified him beyond belief, too afraid to move, too scared to scream. It was also possible that the entities were doing something to control his body, because he remembers desperately trying to move and make any sort of noise, but it was impossible. One of the cloaked figures turned their attention back to Grandma Lee. A white beam of light extended from the sleeve of its cloak, brighter than the indigo blue. She looked asleep, sitting up in bed, and when the white light was focused directly on her, it made her skin look translucent. Colin could see organs and the blood circulating through her veins. When another of the cloaked beings turns its attention toward the bed, Colin can feel whatever was constricting his muscles let go. As soon as the pressure lifted, he ran and locked himself in the bathroom across the hall. He crawled into the bathtub as far away from the door as he could get, but it didn't matter. They knew where he was, and within a few seconds, one of the cloaked figures came for him. As Colin pressed his back against the shower wall, the figure passed right through the wall. It silently floated in from the hallway, like a ghost. But Colin knew these entities weren't spirits, and when it entered the bathroom, his stomach felt like it was going down the peak of a roller coaster. He was strangled by terror. He squeezed his eyes closed and again felt the pressure on his body, freezing his movements. Then he heard the sound of the fan in the bathroom. It grew quiet, and then it was gone. The pressure didn't allow him to open his eyes, but as he was listening to the fan disappear, he also felt the bottoms of his feet leave the cold plastic bathtub mat. For a moment, it felt like he was levitating. He kicked his feet to find nothing beneath. The sensation didn't last long, and the next thing Colin felt was a large, soft bump on his back, like a cloud pushed him, but it didn't make him fall forward. His body naturally pushed back into the object. It fully engulfed him in warmth, and the grip of terror loosened the longer his body stayed idle. Eventually, his eyes were able to open again, and Colin registers that he's back in his bed. The sun is up, and Grandma Lee's already awake, making breakfast. Colin frantically tried to tell her about the night before, but she laughs at his claims, telling him he must have had a bad dream. I asked him if he thought it was a dream. Colin says that that's what he tried to convince himself it was, but when he woke up that morning, there was a small triangular lump on his wrist. It felt like there was something hard under his skin. When he asked his grandma to check it out, she rubbed it, said it felt like scar tissue. It made Colin feel better believing that too. Then it seems his little child brain repressed it good and deep. While in the car, Colin rolled up his sleeve on his right arm to show me that, in fact, there is still a visible lump in the shape of a triangle on his right wrist. It's not big, probably 2 grains of rice long, but it is in the shape of a perfect triangle. Growing up, I lived in a town with a sewer system, kind of like the one from It. Obviously not quite as elaborate or glamorous. The smell is something I'll never forget, but when you're kids looking for privacy, certain allowances are permissible. Me and a few friends would go through one of the bigger tunnels to just hang out and smoke. It led to a large open area, one that was big enough for some folding chairs and a broken table. There were other tunnels leading to other rooms, but we never thought about where they led. It was filthy enough where we were, and trudging through sewer water isn't something on our bucket list. Then my friend Holly brought her boyfriend Steve to our spot. We were 13 or 14 at that point. The next day, he brought a couple of friends and the boys took over. They wanted to see where the other tunnels went. Smell be damned. One Saturday morning, 5 of us met up with a single flashlight, bags full of snacks like we were going on an extended hike. In reality, several tunnels were too small or flooded to go through, but we found another service tunnel with a little walkway path. We followed that for a bit. Once we got further in, there were tons of directions that we could go and tucked off areas with some kind of service equipment. We were taking a break and eating some snack bars when the flashlight died. We'd been wandering around for close to an hour, and now it was pitch black. There was a brief chaos while blame was being passed around, but eventually we had to actually try to get out. We ended up forming a single file line with Steve in the front and Brady at the end. Everyone held onto the shirt of the person in front of them, while Steve waved his arms and tried not to walk us into a wall. The way we had to move, there was no telling how far we'd gone, or if we were even going in the right direction. Sometimes we'd hit a dead end and have to turn around, so we could have been going in circles and never known it. It felt like we were just going deeper and deeper into the tunnels. We walked through gravel for a while, and most of us were positive we hadn't passed any of that on the way in. But Steve and Holly thought we had. I had no idea how long we'd been walking when Brady yelled. It felt like an hour, but probably less. Brady said a hand had touched his shoulder, and he started pushing past the rest of us. Most of us fell while he ran straight into a wall and busted his nose. There was total chaos for several minutes while we all panicked. We knew it wasn't a joke, but we hoped that he'd imagined it. More than once I thought I'd heard whispering, but that could have been running water or anything. At least that's what I tell myself. When nothing else happened for several minutes, we calmed down enough to find each other and reform our line. We were covered in grime now, so our moods had significantly worsened, and we began to argue. Once again, we were turned around. No clue which way we were going before the chaos. We walked in a random direction for another chunk of time. Now Brady was in front and Steve was in the back, but Holly was the one to scream. She was holding onto the back of my shirt and pulled me down with her as she fell. She thought Steve shoved her, but he swore he hadn't, and we believed him. Even Holly admitted that he hadn't let go of her shirt beforehand, and he was in enough trouble with her as it was. None of us were trying to drag out this experience. Before we could calm down and regroup again, a distant cackling laughter echoed around us. It couldn't have been anyone in our group. It was too far away. That's when the real panic hit. We screamed and ran. I heard the others grunt and groan as they slammed into walls. I somehow avoided smashing my face, but I fell several times, and I could feel open wounds on my knees and palms. I was crying so loud I didn't even notice when I stopped hearing the others. One minute we were all screaming, and the next, I was alone in silence. That was it for me. I sat against a wall and waited to die. I just couldn't move anymore. A long time had passed. I heard more of that cackling laughter, followed by footsteps coming closer and closer, but I was frozen in place. When the footsteps were within a few feet from me, they stopped. I thought someone was standing right in front of me, but everything was just black. I never heard the footsteps leave, but I did hear more whispers. I couldn't make out the words, but there were at least 2 voices. I think they were female, but I can't be sure. To this day, I've never felt terror like that again. I kept hearing things that way for several hours until there were suddenly louder voices, and these were calling my name, and Brady and Holly's. I was so paranoid by then, I thought it was a trap. What kind of trap, I don't even know. I imagined crazed homeless people, ghosts, demons, every horror movie I'd ever seen, including it. And then I saw a light. It was getting closer, and there were 3 actual live people with real lights. It hurt my eyes a lot, but I didn't care. It was light, and they were regular people. It was a search team. Somehow, Steve and our other friend Jamie had stayed together and made it out. They sent help back for the rest of us. They found Holly first. She was closest to the entrance. They didn't find Brady for another half an hour after I was rescued. He had found his way to a closed tunnel that the first search team couldn't even fit through, so they had to send smaller people. Holly and I were dehydrated and in shock, but we were okay to go home. Brady had deep claw marks on his arms and back. He had to go to the ER and was in psychiatric care for several weeks. Holly didn't experience anything weird, but Brady said something attacked him. The doctor said that he must have stumbled into a bobcat's den, but Brady swears it wasn't a cat. He said it latched onto his back at one point, and he reached back to feel something cold and scaly. We didn't try to tell anyone. They would have just said that we were scared kids that freaked out. You'll probably think that too. But we didn't even believe in that kind of stuff. We were terrified of starving to death in the dark. Absolutely. But none of us even considered that there was something else down there too. That shit hit out of nowhere. So yeah, believe it or don't, but fuck sewers. I don't talk about this much, mostly because people either don't believe me or they start looking at me like I'm crazy, but screw it. Maybe someone out there has had the same thing happen to them. Maybe they can back me up. This happened a few years ago when I was staying at a homeless shelter in Holbrook, Arizona. If you've never been, Holbrook is one of those small, middle-of-nowhere towns where weird things just seem to happen. Maybe it's the isolation, maybe it's something else. Either way, I've seen some things in that town I can't explain, but this one tops the list. It was late, probably around midnight, when my friend and I stepped outside for a smoke. We did this most nights just to get some air, escape the stuffiness from inside. The shelter wasn't bad, but you know how it is. People snoring, people talking to themselves, the occasional argument. Outside, at least, it was quiet. So there we were, standing by the side of the building, looking out toward the highway. I-40 runs right past Holbrook, just an endless stretch of road cutting through the desert. Sometimes you'd see truckers rolling through, their headlights the only thing breaking up the darkness. But that night, it wasn't headlights that caught my attention. I saw sparks, a trail of them, way up in the sky. At first, I thought it was a shooting star, maybe a piece of space junk burning up in the atmosphere. But as I watched, I realized the sparks weren't falling. They were moving across the sky, like something was gliding just above the highway. I squinted, trying to make out what it was, and that's when I saw it. I swear to God, it was exactly what you see in books, in old sci-fi movies. One of those classic flying saucers. A disc, smooth and metallic, with a little raised cockpit at the top. It was just there, floating over the highway, moving way too slowly for anything man-made. No sound, no blinking lights like a plane or a drone, just this eerie, silent presence. My buddy saw it too. He froze for a second, cigarette halfway to his lips, then bolted inside to get the others. I stayed, just staring up at it, trying to wrap my head around what I was seeing. A couple of minutes later, people started spilling out of the shelter, pointing and whispering. Everyone saw it. And then, just like that, it was gone. No acceleration, no sound. 1 second it was hovering there, and the next, it just wasn't. Like someone flipped a switch and erased it from the sky. We all stood there for a while, trying to process what had just happened. A few people laughed it off, made jokes about aliens coming to Holbrook of all places, but I could tell some of them were freaked out. I know I was. The thing is, that wasn't the only weird thing I saw in Holbrook, but that's a story for another time. I was 16 and a passenger in my then boyfriend's car, who was 18. We were out driving late at night in a heavy rainstorm when he pulled into a petrol station to refuel the car. It was raining heavily. There was thunder, lightning, and the storm was well underway. Now, in the UK, petrol stations are well maintained, but as I sat there, I saw water dripping down the pillar from between the thick metal sheeting that made up the roof. This heavy feeling came over me as I watched that water dripping down, and I just knew that the roof was going to collapse. I opened the door because my boyfriend was still fueling the car, and I asked him to move the car before he went and paid for his fuel. He initially refused and looked at me like I was mad. I pleaded with him to please move the car, and when he again refused, I became angry and said if he didn't move the car, I was getting out and I was going to wait at the edge of the forecourt in the rain by myself. He was annoyed, but he moved the car and went inside to pay. As he came and got back in the car, he asked me what was that all about, and I said to him, that roof is going to collapse. He looked at it again, as I did, and it appeared sturdy to him. There was nothing to suggest it was unsafe. Still, I knew it was going to collapse. As he pulled out of the station, the sound of heavy metal sheets falling and crashing to the ground could be heard behind us. He braked and looked in the mirror, and I shifted my seat to look behind us. Right there, where I had been sitting, the metal sheet had fallen and was hanging down directly where I'd have sat if I'd still been in the car. The car would have been written off, and I for sure would not have survived the weight of the metal sheets, which would have shattered the windscreen and pierced me in the chest. I'll never forget the look on his face as he turned to me and said, "Oh my God, I'll never question or doubt you again." At one point in time, I was an embalmer for a large chain of funeral homes in the city. My embalming suite was on the 3rd floor of an ancient building. It had once been 2 houses that were later combined into a mortuary. There were old sepia-tinted photographs of the horse-drawn hearse out front on the cobblestone street in one of the back storerooms. So this place had had a lot of bodies that had come in and out of its doors by the time I was employed. At that business, our policy was to embalm ASAP, no waiting until the break of dawn to begin if someone should pass in the evenings. It just tends to go better if the tissue isn't refrigerated cold. So there were many times that I'd be alone past midnight in that creepy old place. We had a little apartment in the attic that we embalmers could go up and use for sleep, given our erratic schedule. I was fine once up the stairs, but every time I went up them, I had a panicked feeling of being chased or pursued. I'd stumble run up the flight each time and got a fair bit of ribbing from my colleagues for it too. The only incident, though, that can't be written off to imagination happened late one evening when I wasn't alone. My colleague was finishing a difficult embalming that had taken him some time. He had a routine in place that always ended with him washing the instruments and lying them on a towel, neat and precise rows of stainless steel. He had OCD, I suspect, because he would sooner be late to an appointment than not leave them in this manner. He was exiting the suite when I arrived with the next client, He told me he was going up to the apartment for a rest and to let him know if I needed help. I waved him off. As I was wheeling in the deceased to the suite, we both heard it. Giggles, distinct giggling of multiple children, coming from down a floor in the lobby area. We looked at each other, my eyes wide, his puzzled and squinting. Wordlessly, we walked to the hall that allowed us to see down the stairs into the lobby. It was dark and silent. We crept down the stairs. Nothing. No one but us two. My coworker shrugged and we went back upstairs. I reached the door of the suite and pushed it open. Nobody was there, but I did see something that made me call out for my colleague. His instruments were in a jumbled pile on the towel. Not only jumbled, they were hooked together strangely, like a blade through a scissor handle and a hemostat clamped onto a needle. He sauntered into the suite at my calls and stopped short seeing the instruments. Jaw dropped. Needless to say, I allowed him to help me embalm so that we could both get the heck out of there. How do I start this without triggering the kiddos? I was highly considering sleeping forever right off the tallest bridge that I could ride my bike to a few months ago. I was in a really dark spot in my life. I still am, but now I'm able to look at it from a different perspective. Slightly more hopeful rather than pessimistic. I'm a firm believer that life is what you make it. Like a ball of clay, the possibilities of what it could be are endless. Its quality represented only in the effort its potter has invested. To say life is what you make it ignores circumstances and all it involves. It's true. Each one of us are handed a piece of clay, but as we mold, groove, and smooth these blocks with time, we begin to notice that the mineral composition of our clay is vastly different from our neighbors. The effort it took one person to create their ceramic bowl of life is primarily reliant on the quality of clay they're working with, and additional support from tools. This past year, I've been feeling like the clay I was handed has recently hardened and crusted from neglect. About 5 years ago, I essentially abandoned my friend group, not from a dramatic falling out. I just didn't care anymore. I just started my internship at a tattoo shop, and in order to impress my mentor, I needed to go above and beyond. My mentor was also a female, meaning that although I'd never degrade my artistic worth by exposing some cleavage for a job, this option was now completely off the table. Mostly off the table. She didn't give me that curious vibe, so I mentally put the option off the table. I had to take this seriously, and I couldn't be hungover showing up to work. I needed to increase my gallery of work. Besides doing little pieces here and there for my portfolio, my lifestyle was no longer in sync with the friends I'd grown up with. At the end of the first year, I got a permanent chair at the shop. I moved closer to work, and it was only one town away, but it still felt symbolic amongst the girl group. They and I were no longer going to be walking distance from each other. Our bond was severed with well-intention. I know it affected them more than it did me, because I knew they didn't understand what it was like to have a dream. Otherwise, they'd be doing the same thing in pursuit of theirs. It feels pretentious to say this, but it's true. You either find a passion worth giving your life to, or you watch passively on the sidelines until the game is over. I left in 2020, right after COVID lifted. 3 years passed by, so 2023, none of my friends reach out anymore, understandably. They know I would have given them a sorry girl to whatever they invited me to. Looking on social media from time to time, I see that they haven't strayed from their usual routine of drinking. I become depressed, not because I missed my old life, but because I don't feel like this one has started yet. The traction I was hoping to get with my permanent position hasn't been enough for me to comfortably afford rent, bills, or food. It's the most alone I've ever felt in my life. I was losing purpose, and one night, After an especially draining session with one of the rudest clients I've ever worked with, I was all done. I passed the gas station while my car was on empty. It had long enough to get me home, and I didn't plan on driving it the next day. When I pulled into an apartment complex, I took my bike lock key off my lanyard and left the rest of my keys on the seat. I didn't even go inside. I unlocked the bike and rode for miles, spiraling in negative thoughts up until I got to the bridge. This bridge is tall. It used to be a section of a railroad that was abandoned and repurposed. It looks off a deep river and evergreen forest. I left my bike at the bottom of the stairs and began to climb these stairs that led to the trail up the tracks. I can hear water splashing against rocks in the distance. I keep thinking, okay, this is it. Here I go. I'm really doing this. I do this on repeat until I make it to the actual bridge. The rushing water is loud, and I feel my stance weaken in stride, almost subconsciously pulling me back. I pick the left side of the tracks because the wind isn't blowing my hair in my face. I've come all this way, miles and miles from my home, set on doing this. But as I'm hyping myself up, there's an earth-shaking roar that sends me backwards in shock. I stay frozen where I landed. The sound is enough to shake the birds out of the trees, a sight I've only seen in movies. And then I hear a second guttural screech before the original thing roaring joins in the screaming match. There are 2, maybe 3 big creatures fighting somewhere close by. I think it came from across the train tracks, just like my side. Besides the open bridge above the river, I'm on a dark wooded trail. The sounds of breaking rocks, tree branches, and presumably bones, they were all heard with disturbing clarity. Eventually, one of the creatures had clearly gained the upper hand in the combat, and having to listen as the other lost was the most unsettling, terrible thing I've ever heard. Shrill octaves forever burned into my eardrum. I hadn't dared to move yet. The commotion sounded just across the train tracks. It was a 20-yard dash from end to end. I couldn't move even if I wanted to. More noises started echoing from the other side of the bridge. This time, what I was hearing wasn't the sound of monsters fighting. Something large was being dragged through the gravel, accompanied by 2 very heavy footsteps, and they were walking my way. It walked in a 1-2, 1-2 pattern. I don't know of any animal that walks in a 2-step pattern while holding its prey. I also wasn't trying to find out. My legs suddenly got strength, and I bolted. I didn't want to see what was going to come across those tracks. I sprinted through the pitch-black forest until I reached the bottom of the stairs. It didn't sound like I was being chased, but that didn't stop me from jumping on my bike and pedaling out of there the fastest I've ever pushed a bike. During the 2.5 miles of forest I had to breach before entering civilization, I rode at Tour de France speeds, last day finish line behavior. When I got to my apartment, I was absolutely physically exhausted. I had a headache from dehydration, but as I flopped onto my couch, something came over me, and I couldn't help myself but to laugh until I was in tearful hysterics about all of the insanity I'd just experienced. I went there feeling at my absolute most depressed, to the most scared and confused I've been in my life. I'm honestly traumatized by it. I can't believe that's the thing that stopped me from going through with what I'd gone there to do. I called the shop and took a couple mental health days where I had time to talk to a therapist. Talking to someone really does help. I also had time to sit and reflect, and philosophically speaking, if I'm living up to my own words, I've got a passion that's worth giving my life to, and I'm not going to leave the game midway through. If my dad taught me anything before having an affair and leaving the family, it was this: play until the end. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and you'll never know if you don't try. I wish that didn't oddly coincide with his infidelities, but it also did with mine, and I'm making it mine. Life is absurd, so Try to laugh more while experiencing existence. My buddy Alonzo would never forgive me if he found out I was still telling this story 10 plus years out of high school. Well, we had a mutual friend named Chico who wanted to go tag an abandoned office building. It was located in an old business park that was equally as desolate. Most of the buildings were already demolished, but further down the lane, there was another building. Chico told us about him finding it. He hadn't been through it yet, though. You never know who could be living in there, so it's safer having a crew. It was a Sunday morning when we went down there. I met up with Chico and we picked up Alonzo at the church. He was dressed in his Sunday best, looking like a cheese ball. Crazy bastard had a gun tucked in his pants the whole service. He brought it just in case we did end up running into a dangerous situation. I had a backpack filled with an assortment of chemical colors. We were all relatively talented graffiti artists at the time. We weren't vandals. Our art was not sloppy. We didn't tag uninspired. If there wasn't time for the job, we wouldn't start it. Our plan was to pick one wall and make it something beautiful. We had portable lights and a small stepladder packed in the back, fully prepared to create a masterpiece that day. The entrance of the business park was overgrown with new foliage. The narrow road that led us through the rows of empty land, the greenery made it hard to find evidence that there were buildings there to begin with. The broken pavement made Chico's car shake and bounce us off the walls. The shock absorbers on his suspension were completely worn to the ground, and we felt every bump. The road got so bad, we had to park the car, grab all of our stuff, and walk the rest of the way. Deep back behind a row of trees, bushes, and thorns, we finally get to this office building Chico's been talking up. It was almost untouched by the nature around it. The parking lot was non-existent. The sidewalk, concrete, broken up with weeds like the rest of the pavement. But aside from everything else around it, I remember this building looked like it could have still been up and running. Pristine condition. A 2-story canvas of steel and concrete. There weren't many windows on the outside, and when we walked inside, it was nearly pitch black. Entering wasn't a problem. The front doors were closed, but not locked. The smell of mold hung heavy in the air. We put on our masks before we even busted out the paint, just so we didn't have to breathe in the stale air. Earlier in the week, we'd drawn up a blueprint sketch of the image that we were going to do. It incorporated all of our insignias. The design went through many drafts before we landed on the perfect one. Now, all we had to do was find the perfect wall. Unobstructed by drinking fountains or cubicle walls blocking its view, we dumped our gear and backpacks on the tile floor in the entryway and got out our portable lights. Past the front reception desk were aisles of cubicles and offices behind closed doors. The papers scattered all across the floor led me to believe this used to be an insurance firm. Deeper in the building, we came across an elevator we assumed didn't work. I jokingly pushed the buttons on the wall. None of them lit up, but miraculously, the metal door to the elevator slid open, and the light inside was on. It was really freaky. Nothing else looked to have power running through it, but the elevator was still functioning. We dared each other to go in. Alonzo was the first to volunteer. He pulled the gun from his pants, acted all tough walking into the elevator, scoffing as he passed us. Chico and I stand outside the elevator and watch Alonzo's smug face disappear behind the metal sliding door. We hear the gears of the elevator start to lurch and clink. It actually started moving. Just as it did, we heard Alonzo start screaming like we've never heard before. But given the circumstances, we both thought he was trying to fool us. But then we heard the gun go off and the zing, zing, zing sound of a bullet ricocheting off the metal interior of the elevator. It caused both of us to jump and run to the elevator doors and attempt to pry them open. As much as we tried to pull, they wouldn't budge until the elevator made its way back down and opened automatically. When the doors slid open, Alonzo falls out backwards in hysterics. Tears were falling down his face, while still continuing to scream like spiders were on him. Alonzo gets to his feet and runs out the front. We follow him out and ask what happened. I thought he shot himself in there, but I couldn't see any blood on him. But whatever happened, he pissed his pants. Chico and I probably could have been more sympathetic to our friend, but I think we were just in shock at how wild Alonzo was acting. First thing he says is, "Shit, I dropped my strap in there." I said I'd go retrieve it, and with tears still coming down his cheeks, Alonzo straight up grabs me and says, "Wait, don't." I'm like, "Get off me, dude, chill, what's wrong?" Then Alonzo tells us what happened when he walked into the elevator and the doors shut. The light, it turned off again. Standing in complete darkness, he heard something moving around above him in the elevator shaft. Then he heard the emergency escape hatch open enough for him to look up and be able to see the light from the second floor door. Then that light and depth that he was staring at became blocked by a human figure. Two glowing red eyes looked down at him through the square hatch. That's when he screamed and fired the gun. It was crawling in head first towards him when the door opened back up. It was obvious he wasn't messing with us. Chico and I stood there with our jaws practically dropped, listening to Alonzo sob out his story. Hearing what had happened made me and Chico want to go in there again, just to see if Alonzo was messing with us, or to see if we'd experience anything. We were scared, at least I was, but I couldn't not try. Amidst his pleas for us to stay with him, Chico reasoned that we couldn't leave a loaded gun sitting in this building. It wouldn't be responsible of us. So, me and Chico left Alonzo sitting on the grass outside as we went to retrieve the boomstick he'd left behind. All of our gear was still laying by the reception desk anyway. We would have eventually had to go inside to get our stuff regardless, so we might as well get it all now, we thought. Chico and I both walked past the lights and paint, making a beeline to the elevator. Chico presses the button and the doors roll open again. The light is on, and it's the only thing illuminating the building. The gun's laying on the ground in the corner. When we walk in, Chico grabs the gun and we both look up. The emergency hatch is indeed open, like Alonzo said. We can see up into the hollow black structure. Through the hanging wires and equipment, we can see a sliver of light above us. Then I press the F2 button and the doors slide shut. Just like Alonzo said, the lights then turned out again before the elevator started to shake alive. I think Chico and I were both getting nervous. Neither of us would admit it, though. Standing in the small black room, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I looked up, stared at the sliver of light as we got closer to it, then past it. Then our doors opened, and it was our first time seeing the second floor. It was beautiful. Large windows overlooking the forest behind the building. We didn't step out and explore, though, because we didn't want to leave Alonzo out there by himself for too long. Pressing the F1 button shut the doors again and brought us back downstairs, just as anticlimactic as the first time we ventured up. We brought everything outside and met Alonzo back on the grass. He asks, "Did you see it?" We shake our heads no and laugh at Alonzo. He never backed down, though. Good for him. Truth be told, I fully expected to see something, and I fully believed Alonzo. It's just that when we didn't get to witness anything ourselves, I guess we felt more emboldened to laugh in Alonzo's face. Either way, none of us ever got up the nerve to go back to that spot ever again. When I was in 11th grade, I was dating a girl named Gigi. Our families didn't really care much for our lesbian relationship. And one night, her family situation became physically abusive, and she called my house from a payphone. It was 2 a.m. My dad answered, The only reason he'd woken me up is because Gigi sounded so upset on the phone. He might have thought that she was going to dump me or something. Regardless, he hands over the phone and she explains what happened. She tells me what street she's on, and I tell her that I'll come pick her up. That's where my dad drew the line. He said, "The hell you are." He said, "In no way am I going to take the car out." I only had a learner's permit, so I couldn't really argue the legal ramifications, if I would have been pulled over, that is. So, I got back on the phone. I told her that I'd run to her. The park that she was calling me from was only a mile or two from our house. My dad again interrupted me, told me flat out, if I leave this house tonight, that the doors would be locked when I tried to come home. Him saying that only made me want to do it more. So I did. I said, "Be right there," and hung up the phone. Then I got up, walked past my dad and out the front door. The suburbs of Detroit were empty that night. Freezing temperatures, the snow that was slowly accumulating on the sidewalk, and it was 2 a.m. I was the only soul on the street walking to Gigi. When I got to her, she'd taken shelter inside the phone booth. Temperatures were only going to get colder as the night progressed. I suggested that we use one of the many vacant houses to get out of the conditions for the night. We found a boarded-up Rambler and entered through the back door. We said hello a couple of times, making sure nobody was already occupying this location with the same idea we had. The place was an absolute mess and smelled terrible. But it was an insulated roof, 4 walls to protect us from the elements. So, we decided to stay. We didn't initially explore the house during the night. Both of us were exhausted, and all we had for a light source was Gigi's Bic. Sitting on the hardwood floor, I realized I didn't bring anything for warmth for an overnight outing. Thankfully, Gigi had done this before. She'd brought a sleeping bag, along with a few pieces of clothing that we also used to bundle up on the floor that night. We relied mostly on trying not to break the seal of our body heat, keeping us warm under the mix of clothes and a sleeping bag. It would have been impossible to actually fall asleep. The hard floorboards were uncomfortable, and all night, we both kept hearing the sound of others in the house. Footsteps and whispers from other rooms were clear enough for us to destroy our hot pocket bed and creep around the pitch-black house, trying to find where the sounds were coming from. Each time we thought we were getting close, the voices would sound like they were coming from another room. We poked our head into each room to confirm nobody or no animal was there. Then, we got back into our cocoon and tried to warm up again. A few minutes later, the sound started again. But this time, there were footsteps walking in the room we were laying in. Both of us just tucked our heads under the sleeping bag and hid, trembling together as the heavy steps walked past us. Back and forth. Then it would stop again. Gigi and I stayed hidden under her sleeping bag until the sun rose that next morning. As soon as there was light in the house, the sound stopped. Gigi and I got up and rechecked the rooms now that there was visibility once again, but we don't find anyone in any of the other rooms. We didn't find anyone until I looked closer at one of the trash piles in the back bedroom. There, reaching out from the bottom of this heap of trash, was a thin, decomposing arm. The sun perfectly bounced off the blue and silver watch that sparkled in the rays. We thought that it was a Halloween prop. The skin was discolored and sank deep into the curves of the bone. Having seen nothing like this before, we were convinced it was fake. Gigi liked the watch, so she walked over to it and attempts to lift up its arm to get a closer look. It's heavy as she begins to pull, and Gigi quickly realizes that's because there's a body attached to the arm, a dead body, badly decomposed. Gigi unintentionally pulled the arm off the body, but the long-sleeve shirt that they were wearing kept everything together when it was dragged out from underneath the trash. The corpse was only revealed to the shoulders before Gigi dropped it, and we both started screaming and ran for the door. In 1974, Detroit would experience one of the heaviest snowstorms on record. As we shivered inside through the night, outside it would snow over 19 inches. We were virtually trapped inside the abandoned house. A little over 1.5 feet doesn't seem that bad, but the front door was unusable, and the back door, it was already partially obstructed, with rubble from a falling roof, overgrown bushes, and other debris. We discovered the snow had packed in the little shimmy that we used to enter by crawling in the night before. Gigi had packed a couple of items for food that we could ration through the day, but we needed a plan to escape. In the hallway outside of the corpse room, the ceiling had a square-shaped wooden hatch that led to the attic. We pulled the kitchen table through the house until it was directly under the opening. I was a little shorter than Gigi and still couldn't reach it when I climbed onto the table. Gigi could, however, so I got under her feet and assisted in pushing her up into the attic. She spins around and tells me that she'll go call the fire department from the payphone. I blow her a kiss and watch her disappear from the square frame. Then I listen to her footsteps as she crosses the attic to the area that had caved in, leaving a gaping hole that led to the backyard. Snow had made it into the attic from the hole, and the ceiling creaked with the added pressure of Gigi's movement. Eventually, I would hear her scuffle from the shingles on the roof and drop into the snow outside the back door. She would then slowly make her way through the snow that reached up to her knees. She'd barely prepared for an overnight stay, but Gigi definitely didn't plan on walking miles through deep freezing snow with her thin bell-bottom jeans. Those were in no way protecting her from the cold. They were instantly wet, making each step feel like needles against her legs until they went numb. It was close to 5 a.m, but with the thick clouds hanging above, the sun couldn't break through. The streets were still empty due to the record amount of snow that had fallen. Nobody in their right mind was going anywhere that day. The flurries and the wind made visibility practically impossible as Gigi slowly pushed through the white powder. While Gigi's gone, I sit on our sleeping bag nest and color in one of her notepads, trying to distract myself from the fact that I'm trapped alone in a condemned house with a corpse. Soon, I hear crunching and cracking moving about in the attic. I'm hoping Gigi's come back, but there's something deep in my soul that's telling me it hasn't been nearly enough time for Gigi to have made it to a payphone and back. Maybe she'd abandoned her mission. The conditions were too harsh and she was forced to turn around. But as I listened, the noises above my head, whoever was in the attic, they'd started running back and forth. You could tell where the snow had stopped its intrusion because the steps would have been louder on the wood as it was unbuffed by the snow. Moving left to right, the steps remained fast, but the crunch of snow became more and more present, back and forth, back and forth. Now I'm really praying that what I'm hearing might possibly be Gigi. I stood up and I walked over to the square frame that looks up into the attic. The footsteps continued, and they only stopped after I shouted out, "Gigi?" Then, the house becomes completely quiet again. The only thing I can hear is my heartbeat in my ears. I thought I was going to have my first anxiety attack. I walked back, sat on the sleeping bag to resume my coloring, but almost as soon as my pencil hit the notebook, the click echoes off the wall. In my peripheral vision, I see a door at the end of the hallway pop open a crack. My eyes would shoot back and forth from there into the ceiling, hoping not to see something crawling down from it. Then back to the door. It hadn't opened more. I didn't know what time it was. I couldn't measure how long I was there until I heard the sound of my dad's voice approaching with Gigi. They started calling my name and I started shouting back. My dad had brought a shovel and he was able to dig a big break through the original opening that we had outside the back door. I was able to get out. It was a miracle that Gigi and my dad had crossed paths. After I hadn't returned and the snowstorm happened, my dad went out looking for me. He knew the approximate area that I had taken the call from, as he had overheard last night, and he prayed that we were smart enough to find shelter. He didn't have a plan after that but to set out on foot and call my name along the way. He'd been walking since the sun came up, probably around the same time Gigi set out on her route. She heard him calling out for me and followed the voice until she reached my dad and practically collapsed into his arms. My dad carried her like a piggyback ride with her arms wrapped around his neck, and they went back to the house to rescue me. It took hours to walk back to our house. We were all exhibiting signs of hypothermia when we walked into the living room. My mom made us hot water bottles and gave us blankets. Then she called the police to report the body. Emergency services were slightly unreliable in those conditions, equally as stranded and helpless against the amount of snow collected on the pavement. If my dad hadn't started walking, Gigi would have most likely died out there, and nobody would have found me. My mother is from India, and every couple of years we would go stay with my grandparents. They lived in a small, poor village, and I never liked going. The smells were awful, the food was terrible, and I still don't like to think about the water. But those were minor issues. The real problem was the demon. At least, we would consider it a demon. Over there, maybe a djinn. I don't really know. They have lots of beliefs about demons over there, but I never spent much time learning about it. The vast majority of my adolescence was spent in Atlanta, and I was insecure about my heritage, so I generally rejected anything to do with it. Now that my grandparents have passed away, I deeply regret my reluctance, but I digress. What I do know is that something isn't right about the land they lived on. From as young as I can remember, there were strict rules about not getting out of bed at night, or in my case, a pallet on the floor next to my parents' bed. Everyone slept with different idols and charms above their heads. They were supposed to protect us, but only if we stayed put. When I was younger, I believed every word of it. My parents always made sure that I used the bathroom before bed, and I even had bells tied to my ankles at one point. At night, I'd hear footsteps puttering around the dirt floor, and sometimes there would be scratching on the walls or a pair of glowing eyes in the dark. They weren't red or anything, just glowing like an animal's eyes, but we didn't have any pets. The most frightening night of those years happened when I was 7. I was almost asleep when a set of footsteps came into my room and stopped directly next to me. I kept my eyes squeezed shut behind my blanket, but the top of my head was still exposed, and I felt a warm breath of air on my head. It was like a big animal hovering over me, sniffing. The last time we visited, I was 14 and in the throes of a particularly strong rebellious streak. I thought my family was paranoid, that the footsteps and heavy breaths were just my cousins. They always resented me for having a better life. The glowing eyes and the scratching noises, they were wild animals coming to steal food because the walls had so many holes. I was just too young and naive to see it before, I thought. Well, this was my year to prove it. During our first night, I decided to chase down anyone who moved. It was almost 3 a.m. when I woke up to something walking in the hallway, and I was moving towards it in an instant. My parents kept a candle burning in the center of the room. Dirt floors, not a fire hazard. They used it as an extra barrier against the demon, and I grabbed it as I passed by. The footsteps suddenly began moving in the opposite direction, towards the back door. To me, this confirmed that my cousins hadn't expected me to actually investigate, and now they were trying to get away. So I chased them right into the backyard. When I got there, I saw a dark figure, one the exact same size as my older cousin, shooting into the tall grass. I went literally 2 steps in, just a few feet behind him, when my mother's voice made me freeze mid-stride. She had followed me outside and was screaming for me to stop. At first, I was relieved, because I was about to have proof that the bad, scary stuff was actually just my shitty cousin. But as I stepped backwards, a 10 to 12 foot spectacled cobra struck out exactly where my foot had been. If I'd taken one more step, it would have gotten to me, and there's no way I had a chance of making it to a hospital in time. My initial reaction was anger. I was so focused on proving there was no demon that I forgot about the very real dangers that snakes present in India. Even more so since my cousin should have known better. We've lost family members to cobras. Most people in that village have. I couldn't imagine him running into that grass. I'd gone in right behind him, though. So how had he not been bitten? I ran away from there faster than I've ran in my life. Straight past my hysterical mother, and into the house where I intended to show everyone that the cousin I suspected was gone. I wanted to shove the whole thing in their faces. But my cousin was sleeping in his bed. All of them were. Not one person was missing. Now I know you're going to think that someone doubled back through the front door, but they didn't. Even though I stopped at the sound of my mom's voice, the figure's footsteps never did. I could hear them continuing in the complete opposite direction and into the distance. No one is that fast. Plus, it's a tiny house. They would have woken everyone trying to rush back inside. So, who or what led me straight into a cobra without getting bit themselves? This whole incident only reaffirmed my family's belief in the demon. They believe it ran into the field and took the form of the cobra. But my mom was able to save me just in time. Technically, she did save me, but I don't know if I can believe that the snake was anything but a snake. Part of me wants to say that we had an intruder that got extremely lucky, but another part of me has to wonder, what are the odds that we have an intruder on that night of all nights? I'm fully aware of all the stories going around where homeless people live in someone's attic or crawl space, but we're not talking about America. This was a dirt-poor village in a small hut with 4 tiny rooms, all packed with people. There were literally no extra nooks or crannies. My close call scared my parents so much that we didn't go back at the usual time when I was 16. Instead, they decided to put it off a couple more years. And then, both my grandparents died just 8 months apart from one another. My mom never had a particularly close relationship with her siblings, so we never returned. I'm almost 40 now, and I think about that snake regularly. What do you guys think? All theories welcome. I was blissfully unaware of my stalker's actions until he was arrested. I work as a counselor in an addiction treatment clinic. Most of our patients are wonderful people, but we do get some strange ones. 2 years ago, when I was 29 and hadn't worked there long, I was assigned a new patient. He was a man in his late 30s who had been a heroin user for most of his life. It was clear to me that he was very isolated and that he craved attention. So I was extra careful to be as professional as possible, while still showing him the appropriate level of understanding. He began to stop by my office uninvited, but he never wanted to discuss his treatment. Initially, he just talked a lot about himself, but he soon began to ask questions about me. I explained the boundaries of our relationship to him again and gave my supervisor a warning that this patient may need a different counselor. Then he bought me flowers and a stuffed animal, and I was forced to have him reassigned immediately. I obviously couldn't accept his gifts, and my rejection angered him. He threw a fit in our lobby, accusing me of leading him on, and our security guy had to escort him from the building. We treat patients with methadone, and we are reluctant to dismiss them without detoxing first, but my supervisor told the patient he wouldn't be able to return if he acted out again. A couple of days went by without incident, and the patient, let's call him John, apparently showed up to dose every day and left quietly like he was supposed to. One day I came out after we closed to find John sitting on the ground next to my car. He told me that he was sorry for getting upset that he understood that no one could know about us. I was starting to feel scared, so I just stood there and listened to him ramble on about his love for me until some of my coworkers came out and found us. They convinced him to leave, and I knew now that he would definitely be discharged. Looking back, I feel so stupid because I actually pitied him. I was even planning on asking my supervisor to see if they could transfer him to another clinic, at least for a 3-week detox, so that he wouldn't have to suffer through the severe, acute withdrawals. John stopped coming on his own, and I didn't see him again. Unfortunately, he saw a lot of me. Everything that followed, I heard from the police or my family members. John might have stopped coming into the clinic to dose, but he was still there every day. He waited in the parking lot across the street and followed me when I left. I often run errands after work, so he followed me as I picked up my cat from the vet, went to the dentist, did my grocery shopping, had my nails done, and when I had lunch with my husband. I'm very lucky that I always take the same route home, and that it includes a 3-mile stretch of empty, straight highway. John had made several attempts to follow me home, but his paranoia made him think that I'd spot him if he continued to follow me all the way along the road. I'm sure I wouldn't have noticed him, but I'm glad that he thought I might. Our house is hidden by trees down a long driveway, and he could easily have assaulted me as I got out of my car. John followed me on at least 5 separate occasions. I know this because the police told me that, and there were pictures on his phone of me in 5 different outfits. On the last day, he thought that he'd managed to follow me home. He saw me take a slightly different route, park at a big house, and walk in the front door. He couldn't have known that I was visiting my mother-in-law, and he would soon cease to care. My husband's sister was 19 at the time, and she's a beautiful girl. John was parked up the road when she got home from school, and that was all it took to break his obsession with me. When he saw me leave later that evening, he stayed behind. The next morning, he accosted my sister-in-law as she walked to her car. He rambled on about wanting to marry her. He scared her, but she's a smart girl. She managed to get into her car via the passenger door and honk the horn. My husband was going over some paperwork with their dad inside, and they both ran outside. John was banging on my sister-in-law's window and kicking her car. He saw these 2 6-foot-something men approach and pulled a steak knife from his cargo pants. My father-in-law kept his distance, trying to talk him down. My sister-in-law is calling 911 from inside the car, and my husband went inside to get his dad's gun. That calmed John down. He laid down on his belly and waited for the deputies to come. John was arrested on charges relating to his knife wielding and vandalism of the car. But the police also found out that he was out on parole. They found pictures of me, and John eventually admitted that he'd been stalking me when he happened to see my sister-in-law. I feel incredibly guilty for leading him to her, for not paying attention to the warning signs. John's original conviction was for the aggravated rape of a young girl whom he had stalked first. It's nauseating to know that someone spied on you for a whole week without you noticing him. But it's worse to know that he chose a young girl whom you love as his next victim. My wife and I were paying our respects to friends who lost their 16-year-old son named Justin in a car accident. There were about 12 people at the house, all gathered in the living room, when we all noticed a little 3-year-old girl speaking while looking up above towards the ceiling. When her mother asked her what she was doing, she said she was speaking to Justin and pointed up above the chair. At that moment, Justin's mother let out a wail and began crying and laughing at the same time. That was Justin's chair, the place where he always sat when the family gathered in the living room. The little girl had never met Justin. Her mother was in a church group with Justin's mom. The girl kept looking up at the ceiling for another 30 seconds or so, turned to Jill, Justin's mom, and told her that Justin is fine and not to worry. Unreal. Creepy. Yeah, but in a good way. I worked as a funeral director and embalmer for 26 years. During that time, I lived full-time in 3 separate funeral homes and spent countless nights sleeping or catching short naps on a sofa in a visitation room, often when a very long day would end at 3 or 4 in the morning and the next busy day had to start at 6 or 7. While I truly believe a lot of paranormal activity took place all around, I believe most was so subtle it was easily explained away, ignored, or simply not noticed if you didn't want to. For example, whispering voices when alone in the building, footsteps where no one's walking, turning a corner and seeing a dark figure turn the corner at the far end of the hallway, things like that. While there were a few more distinct occurrences, the one that had the biggest impact happened early in my career. It was late one night in a funeral home that had once been a single-family home and converted into this building. The building had one long, straight hallway running through the center of the building, with offices, viewing rooms, bathrooms, etc. on either side. Both the front and rear doors were made of glass, and looking in either one was like looking in a mirror, especially at night. We had had a visitation, viewing or wake, depending on where you're from. It lasted from 10:30 to 11 p.m. In the funeral business, you never know what could happen during the night, and since I was the lowest-ranking person on staff, it was my job to stay and make sure the entire building was emptied, cleaned, and prepared for whatever may be needed the following day. As I was vacuuming the main hallway, I looked up, and just as clearly as I could see my own reflection, I saw a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, walk across the hall behind me from our casket selection room into our business office. At first, it didn't cross my mind that it was anything unusual. Children wander out at slower paces than the rest of the crowd constantly, because people simply aren't paying attention in their state of grief. But the time, it was past midnight now, and so this would officially be a child that's been left behind. I turned and started to search the building. I started with where I'd seen her go. I realized after a while, I really was alone. I spent a good 10 minutes searching a small business office with only 2 locked exits, a locked window, and no little girl to be found. While I never let these things keep me from doing my job, I will admit that when vacuuming that hallway, I never looked up. I always kept my eyes on the carpet to make sure I never missed a spot.
So one time, me and 2 of my friends were chilling in my living room. My 2 friends were both sitting on my couch about 6 or 7 feet away from me, who was laying on my lazy boy. I was getting drowsy and thought I might take a little bit of a nap. And I started getting a little bit cold. I need to mention here that I'd been unconsciously holding on to a cigarette lighter in one hand that had a metal lighter case on it. Anyways, since I was beginning to get chilly, I went to put my arms underneath me to warm them up. The second I did that, I started being electrocuted. And I don't mean shocked like static electricity or something. I mean my entire body started convulsing uncontrollably. I remember in that instant putting every ounce of my focus and energy into attempting to stand up. And after a few short seconds, I was able to. The moment I was able to, the electricity stopped shocking me, and I stood there, flabbergasted, not sure what the hell just happened. And what's even weirder, neither of my friends had even noticed what had just happened. When I told them, they didn't believe me. And it didn't really make a lick of sense to any of us since I hadn't been touching, or even near touching, anything electrical. My one friend turned the chair I'd been sitting on over and helped me look everywhere around for some kind of explanation. We found nothing. But a few minutes later, as I sat trying to convince them both that it had really happened, I opened my hand up and set the lighter down. And on my hand sat a little square burn, the same shape as the metal lighter that I'd been holding in my hand when it happened. I was shocked, but also relieved, because the burn was proof that it had really happened. I have no clue how I was able to get my body to stand up, or how I knew that's what would make it stop. But it did. And I still have no idea how I got shocked so dramatically from sitting in a cushioned chair. But it happened. So what do you think it was? There's something in Arizona. I'm a long-haul truck driver, so I'm no stranger to the States. And I've seen things that I can't explain. But this is by far the weirdest thing to ever happen to me. So I was driving through Arizona, heading westbound on I-40. I had finally hit Flagstaff, so I got out at a truck stop and handled my business. As I left from Flagstaff, I ran by mile marker 185. It's about 10 miles from Flagstaff, Arizona. As I passed mile marker 185, there was what seemed to be a person hitchhiking. The only problem was that this guy was huge, like 8 feet tall, looking straight into the passenger window of my semi-truck. On top of that, it seemed to be as wide as the truck, from shoulder to shoulder. I passed the hitchhiker at 70 miles an hour, or so I thought. About halfway down the road, I saw the same exact person or thing. Once again, I passed it, and then again, and again. This kept happening even 20 miles down the road to mile marker 165. I saw it every few miles. After I passed mile marker 165, I didn't see it anymore, so I thought I was done with it. But I was dead wrong. I got down to mile marker 145 and had to take a leak. So I pulled over on the side of the road to handle my business. I was about halfway done when I heard an ear-piercing scream, mixed between what sounded like a deer and a human. As soon as I heard it, I started looking around, and just outside the halo of my headlights, I saw it. I was never more confused and scared in my life. I tried to figure out what it was when I heard something flying through the air. Suddenly, I heard a thump, thump. And sitting 3 feet away from me was a huge rock, like the size of a basketball. It had to be at least 80 pounds. And that thing threw it at me, and it landed just 3 feet away. I wasted no time trying to hop back in the truck and get away from whatever that thing was. As I passed it, it just stared me down, and I never saw it again. So, can someone tell me what I saw? My partner and I live on the West Coast now. We both grew up on farms in different states on the eastern side of the U.S. And similarly, we couldn't wait to get out when it came time to go to college. This story doesn't take place in Oregon, though. I have yet to experience anything quite like this anywhere else. My family grew up in West Virginia, my grandparents actually still live in the house that my great-grandparents built almost 100 years ago. Their house sits on their farm, my family's farm, which is about 160 acres. The farm naturally isn't close to any other neighbors. The only things living near my grandparents were their animals. They carried cattle and calves, sheep and turkeys, and they also had 2 horses. The farm, their home, was just outside of Point Pleasant, in an even smaller town called Henderson. If you know the history of Point Pleasant, then you know it's a bit dark. It's also heavily embraced by the town itself. Just a few years after this story took place, the town had a giant statue erected in honor of the Mothman. You can say that this came with a mix of emotions, heavily debated, but ultimately, the town knew that it would be good for tourism, which is good money for a small town. But it's not all about the money. The true reason the statue exists is a bit deeper. In 2000, I was about 15 years old. I had been tending to the farm. Specifically, I was shaving the sheep and collecting the wool. The farm was usually pretty quiet, but having the shaver on, all I could hear was the buzzing of the thing. I was getting lost in the job, but I couldn't help but notice that all of the barn cats simultaneously ran out of the barn, like something had scared them. It was all happening very fast, but once they were out of the barn, I watched them scatter in various directions, taking cover under anything that was nearby. The deck, the trucks, the horse trailers. I turned off the shaver because this was unusual. I set it down, closed the gate to the sheep, and started looking around, listening. But it was the usual quiet of the farm. Even though I thought the whole event was strange, I decided to finish working, since nothing was obviously out of place. I figured something must have fallen and just startled them, and that I could check that out later. I got back to shaving the sheep and was just about done when it began to freak out, being very impatient and making the noises that sheep often do when they are in distress. I stopped shaving and looked around. All of the animals seemed to be a bit uneasy now. The cows were all beginning to make their way towards the fence closest to me, in a hurried way. It's very unusual to see cows act this way. Fast, that is. They're rather docile creatures who sometimes don't even hustle when it's mealtime, because they've been feasting all day on the grass. So why were they hurrying now? I watched as the cows tried to get the calves in front of them. Why were they doing that, I thought? I considered grabbing my grandparents, but before I even had the opportunity, I found myself witnessing something shocking. I looked back to the cows who were getting closer and looking more frantic. I saw something huge and black swoop down. At first, I thought it was a very large bird, but when I saw its massive size, its wingspan, I knew this was no bird. As it swooped down, it appeared to be swinging at the animals, swinging with arms. I knew that no bird in the world had arms in addition to this wingspan, but I didn't scream. Instead, I was silent and I contemplated what to do next. I was worried that if I started to run to the house, I'd be out in the open, prime for picking. So I stayed in the barn with the sheep, who were all acting very strange. Then, the creature swooped down again, but this time, it grabbed a calf. It grabbed the calf with its legs. This thing had legs with sharp claws or talons connected at the ends. They must have been. How else could this creature grab a calf? Calves are of course smaller than cows, but they're still 75, 80 pounds. It was when I saw this happen that the creature's incredible size became more clear. The calf looked rather small in its grasp. Tears started to fill my eyes at this point, and I thought I absolutely had to get inside. I figured the creature was busy. Its hands were full, if you will. So I ran for it. I could feel the tears escape my eyes from the wind as I ran, and when I reached the door, I looked back and could see the creature flying off toward the woods near the farm. I got inside, I locked the door, ran to the window, but it was gone. I must have looked like I felt, because when I found my grandma, she asked me what was wrong. She started to call for my grandpa, and once they were both standing there, I tried to explain what happened. Both of them were shocked and saddened to hear about the calf. She was a girl, and just about 5 days old. We cried for a moment, but I asked them, what the heck was that? What did I see? They kept trying to calm me down and tell me not to worry about it. But my grandpa, he had called his friend over, who was with the local police. They searched the general area of the woods, but they found no carcass, no bones, and nothing to show that an animal was attacked. But the calf was missing. I heard my grandpa telling his friend that he thought he'd never see anything like that out here again. That this shit was supposed to be over and done with. My grandpa was angry, and his friend was too. My grandma was quiet, but she looked very concerned. A few minutes after the police left, my mother arrived. She was there to pick me up. She wanted to know what happened, and I went to tell her everything. But then, my grandpa interjected with, "It happened again. A calf this time. A whole fucking calf, Judy." My mom looked shocked, and then she looked at me, asking me if I saw what had happened. But again, my grandpa answered, "She had to see the whole damn thing. Hell, it could have been her. She was just out there, shaving the sheep." My mom looked back at me and hugged me, but I wanted answers, but I sort of shrugged her off and looked at all three of them, demanding that they tell me what was going on. Long story short, my grandparents had lived in Henderson their whole lives. In that time period, they saw the Great Bridge collapse in 1967, when my mom was just 2 years old. It was a huge tragedy, and it is still for a lot of local residents. Lots of families lost loved ones that day. The other thing that took away from these deaths and the tragedy of the bridge collapse was the Mothman itself. News reporters everywhere took on the story. They even went as far as saying that the Mothman himself did this, or that he had predicted this. My grandparents say that in the beginning, no one in their right mind believed this Mothman story, until locals started getting together, discussing the collapse and other strange things that had happened in town. Whether it was missing people, missing animals, things were going missing, and a lot of people were seeing the same thing. So the town started taking things a bit more seriously. My grandma told me that 2 of their friends had gone missing later that same year. No foul play, no leads, no bodies, just disappeared without a trace. Their farm had even been left as it was, with a hose running, as though they were in the middle of working, and they disappeared. When my mom was about 12 years old, she too had been working on the farm. At the time, my grandparents also raised horses and gave lessons. My mom was a champion rider, so she spent most of her time with the horses. When this happened, she was out riding, basically just exercising the horses, when she saw something large moving atop the trees Her horse must have noticed it too, because it stopped. When not in motion, she got a better look. It seemed to be the largest bird that she'd ever seen. But why did its eyes look like that? She had seen owls and other animals with reflective eyes, but this thing had glowing red eyes. You could even see that in the broad daylight. Feeling incredibly uneasy and knowing the legends that surrounded her town, she signaled for her horse to turn around and then to get the heck out of there, fast. She was racing towards the house, too afraid to look behind her. Her horse started to act erratically, and she was worried about getting thrown off. She held on tight and was almost to the barn when she felt something above her. She knew that she couldn't look up, and she just hoped that her horse would keep going. It did, all the way to the stables. Once inside, my mom quickly hopped off and began to make her way to closing the stable doors. She didn't see anything, so she thought that she must have gotten away from it, after all. But her horse was not acting right, still nervous, not staying still. She decided to head inside and grab her parents, tell them what she saw, and to help calm the animals. She was running around the house, trying to find my grandparents, but they were nowhere to be found. Suddenly, she heard the sound of wood crashing, followed by my grandpa yelling wildly outside. Then, a shotgun blast. She ran to the side of the house where the noise was coming from, and she saw her father pointing the shotgun in the sky. And when she looked up, she saw the black creature from the woods. But it wasn't in a tree. It was in the sky, flying away just as wildly as my grandpa had been screaming. The creature was pretty far away, but my mom said she could see it was carrying something. And it was two things, actually. 2 turkeys had been swooped up. And when she looked over at the coop where they'd all been kept, the entire roof had been ripped off. I had so many questions for my grandparents, for my mom. After they told me this story, I confirmed with them that this is definitely what I saw, that I never got a good look at its face, but the body, it was definitely not a bird. Luckily, I have a family and a partner who believe my story, not to mention a town full of people who would never call this story bullshit. They would never do that because they know someone, or they know someone who knows someone that was somehow affected by the Mothman. Because where I come from, it's not just a superstition, it's fact. And it's when you start to forget about him, or you start to dismiss his existence, that he makes his presence known. And this is the true reason that the statue was erected. Sure, it makes for a good tourism stop, but more than anything, it's there to show the Mothman that the town does believe. To show him that we haven't forgotten, and that we will never forget. So a little background. I work as a manager in a call center, more of an emergency care line. Think Life Alert. My team and myself work on the other end of that line, answering those calls and dispatching emergency services. Naturally, we are a 24-hour operation, and we have offices connected in almost every city in the U.S. When I had this experience, I'd been working there for close to 3 years, and I never had anything weird happen, nothing paranormal. Our calls were either the real deal or calls that were made by mistake, but they always involved real people, real death. Death sucks, but it was at least something you could explain or understand. These were older people. Older people tend to pass on. But I never expected to deal with anything paranormal or unexplained. I didn't believe in ghosts, and I'm not religious. I don't really know what I believe in now, actually. I just try to keep an open mind. I do know that even without seeing anything personally, this experience sent chills down my spine. At this time, we had a physical office which myself and the IT department utilized regularly. Most of my direct reports and operators worked remotely. It was Friday night, and I'd just gotten back from my break, so it must have been around 2 a.m. Since being in my manager role, it was rare that I would take a lot of calls directly from people that needed assistance. Instead, I usually got the escalated calls, the calls where somebody wanted to complain, and they felt they could only do that with a manager. Shortly after returning from break, I received a call from one of my operators. She explained that she had a call from a paramedic that we'd sent out for an alarm activation. They said they were at the property, but they had no response, and they needed a supervisor to call them back. When I asked the operator why they needed me specifically, she said that the paramedic wouldn't tell her. I found that pretty odd. Paramedics didn't often use their time to file complaints, but they were also pretty forthcoming with all the details one could need regarding a report. I took down the number and I called the paramedic right away. When he answered, I was surprised to hear that he sounded shaken up. Not crying or anything, but awkward, nervous, hesitant. This was already strange. Of the thousands of calls I had made or taken from paramedics, I found they were always very competent, especially given the circumstances in which they are normally called to the scene. The paramedic anxiously began by apologizing profusely for asking for me directly. His explanation was that he knew some people might get upset with this kind of stuff. Now, to me, that is code for they found the resident that had passed away, and they didn't want to upset the operator, so I got ready to take down the details of the deceased. He gave me the address of the emergency and confirmed what the call-out was for. I brought up the details on our system, but we didn't have anyone listed in that property, at least not any longer. The device was still there, but the tenant had been deceased for 2 weeks. This didn't immediately raise red flags, as sometimes this would happen, and we just wouldn't be notified that there was a new tenant yet. So that's what I explained to the paramedic. But there was more. The paramedic advised calmly, but uncertainly, that he had attended and no one was in there, that there was no problem. He stopped for a moment and I thought, I sure hope there's more. Why couldn't he just tell the operator this information? Then he said that something strange happened inside the property, something that he needed my help to explain, as he couldn't find a logical conclusion. He said that he arrived at the property at the same time as the property manager, who had also been called out just after the paramedics. The property manager advised the same thing that I did, that it was strange that they were called to the scene, as the previous and last resident had passed away over 2 weeks ago. The manager explained that the property had remained empty, and that nobody had been inside since. He assured the paramedics that the place was secure. But also agreed to take him inside, just in case somehow there was someone who needed help. As the manager unlocked the door and entered, the paramedic stood just outside the door and could confirm that there were no signs of anyone having been in there for a good while. There was only a couple of pieces of furniture, and they looked like they had been set against a wall as not to be used. It smelled musky and dry, like a room that had been empty and closed up might. The paramedic could see the property manager walking from room to room. Then he just came back out of the main room, and he stopped just before the doorway, but was frozen still. The paramedic asked what was wrong, And when the man started to speak, he knew that it wasn't a health emergency. And then he just listened. The manager went on to explain that the last time he was in the property, the couch was in the middle of the lounge. The paramedic looked over at the only couch that he could see, which was sideways up against a wall. He wasn't sure what to say to the manager, but they both chalked it up to maybe the last residents next of kin had moved it when they were clearing things out, and he just hadn't seen it. The paramedic said that they really should check the whole house, and if there was nothing, he would need to be on his way. So the two of them ventured in. Our company usually sells our product to long-term care facilities and nursing homes, or caregivers. The setup is a bit more than just something that you wear around your neck or wrist. Instead, our system has pull cords that are installed. You may have seen these in hospitals, usually in the bathroom, next to a toilet or somewhere lower to the ground, and you were told to never pull it, unless it was an emergency. That's our system. We have those pull cords all along the homes, especially in places where access to care is especially out of reach or could be urgent. In addition to those pull cords, along several hallways you have a cord similar to those on a public bus, where instead of hanging vertically from the ceiling or wall, it hangs horizontally and low. As the paramedic continued to look in the rooms and areas opposite that the manager was, he was calling out that it was clear. And as he headed down the corridor to the kitchen, he froze. On the ceiling, there was one of the residents' pull cords, spinning parallel and rapidly. Then, as he just watched and waited in awe, the cord began to slow down slightly, moving away from the ceiling. The paramedic took a step into the kitchen, thinking someone may actually be here and need help. Maybe it was connected somewhere else. But the cord's rapid spinning was deterring him from moving. Instead of further slowing down, it sped up again, and he couldn't understand. He called out to the manager to see where he was in conjunction to where he was standing. When he called out, the cord stopped, never coming to a slow, like something would if it had been moving rapidly. It was now just dangling there, completely still, as if it were never moving. The paramedic said he turned around and the property manager was standing there. He'd seen it too. Both of them searched the home thoroughly, thinking that someone must be there to make the cord spin that much and stop like that. But they could find no one. They met just outside the kitchen again, and the property manager said that he had to leave, that he needed to go home and make dinner. The paramedic said that he knew the man was pretty shaken up, and that likely he just didn't want to be there anymore. He wanted to get out of the property. He said they stood in the hallway for a moment, both looking at the cord, before swiftly leaving. Once both men were outside, they tried to rationalize why this cord would be spinning and what caused it to call through to my call center. It should have been, for sure, disconnected. The property manager told the paramedic that the next of kin maybe had the old device, and was it possible that they had accidentally called out? Over the phone, the paramedic had asked me this. I didn't want to scare him further, but it really depended on where these people lived. And according to him, that was over 100 miles away. But I know these devices have a range of around 300 meters. It would be impossible for the device to have caused the call-out. I asked if it was possible that it was a fan or a forced air heating system. But he told me that the manager and he had checked all the windows, and that though the power was still connected, there was no heating and no air system that was powered on at the time, and it hadn't been for several days. By the end of our call, he sounded genuinely concerned and said that in his 15 years of doing this job, he'd never once seen anything like that. Something that he couldn't explain, but also that made him feel so uneasy. I thought, coming from a paramedic, this was quite a statement. There was a bit of silence, and I felt bad ending the conversation, so I stayed on the line. He was sort of rambling nervously, saying he felt like it was something out of a movie. Something that just had to be special effects or someone pulling his leg, but it wasn't. Because he'd seen it all play out, right there in front of him. He stopped talking suddenly, and then he said that he felt uncomfortable. I didn't say anything, but he told me he was now sitting in his vehicle. I could tell that his breathing was speeding up, and he asked me to stay on the line with him, just until he got out of that place. That he didn't see anyone, but got a strange feeling that something was watching him. I found that my own pulse started to race a bit when he said this, but I agreed to stay on the line, of course. Eventually, he seemed to calm down a bit, even apologizing unnecessarily for keeping me on the line. I told him no worries, and I tried to reassure him that this sounded like a once-in-a-lifetime thing, to not worry about it too much, and I thanked him for responding to the call. After we got off the phone, I just sat for an extended amount of time. By the end of it all, I found that I could explain the alarm call. It had happened before, not in the exact same way, but it seemed possible. But I couldn't explain what they had seen. I couldn't explain the movement of the cord. And the two things together, combined with it being the residence of a deceased person, well, all of that just makes the whole thing that much more eerie.
Growing up without a father, but a close-knit family, my grandpa was everything to me. My grandparents in general were mine and my brother's world. Going to their house always gave me that before Christmas feeling. It's safe to say that by the time I entered the world, my grandpa had already had several health issues. Diabetes, and previously suffered a stroke. Being a kid, most of these things were unknown to me. Mainly the severity of them all. I would see my grandma stick my grandpa with needles, and I knew that he couldn't use his left arm. But none of these things ever seemed to slow him down. It's safe to say that his death officially rocked my world. You see, just before he died, our family moved to Washington State. So prior to my grandfather passing, I thought that this was the worst feeling that one could have, moving away from everything they knew or loved. My brother and I agonized over moving, truly not understanding why it had to happen, and probably making our mom feel terrible for her decision. As an adult, I know that my mom moved us for better opportunities. She was a single mom with 2 kids who was working insane hours at a hospital just to make ends meet. We'd been living in a very run-down area outside of Fresno, California. The town of Visalia. I don't know what it's like there today, but at the time that we moved, there was a string of heinous crimes that were going around against children and against pets, cats specifically. We'd lost 2 of our own cats to a literal cat murderer. My mom had kept these details hidden as best as she could and just started plotting our futures. Washington is definitely the place that I call home, but there were some struggles along the way. Making friends was not one of them at first. I made friends very quickly when we moved to Shoreline. We had a house. And my aunt was moving in with us. And though I missed my grandparents, she was like the next best thing when it came to people I loved. Starting out great.
Winter came, and for the first time ever, we got to see snow. A whole lot of it, too. As if to say, welcome to Washington, where seasons happen. The best part about this winter was that my grandparents would be coming to visit. The worst part was that at the time, I had no idea it would be the last time that I'd see my grandpa. I definitely didn't treat the man like he was sick, because I really didn't know. I understand why certain details were being held from me. What I didn't understand is why my mom kept being so sad all the time while they were there. My brother kept asking, if she's so sad, maybe we go back to California with them. He hadn't been filled in yet either. The thing is, it wasn't supposed to really be the last time. It was only the first time that my mom and my family was learning about his cancer. I think everyone was hopeful that he was going to push through. Sad, but hopeful. Well, cancer sucks. And within only a couple of months of seeing my grandpa for the last time, he was gone. I remember sitting there while my mom tried to tell us what was going on, explaining that we'd be going to California for a funeral. I didn't know what that was. It's strange. Everything had seemed to change for everyone in my house, but I felt the same as I did before. That would change for me in a couple of days, but for whatever reason, when I boarded that plane, I was sure that my grandpa would be waiting at the gates when we arrived. The funeral. It all kicked in. Quite possibly at the worst moment ever. Even at a young age, my emotional connection to the people around me was strong. I was always the kid that was hugging the crying adult. For better or for worse, I usually joined others in their emotions. Often in an attempt to show them that they weren't alone. To show them that their pain was mine too. Even if I didn't fully understand it. Even days prior, as my mom cried and tried to explain that my grandpa was dead, I'd sat there and consoled her. I didn't know exactly why we were supposed to be sad, but I felt it radiate off of her, and I just wanted to soak it up like a sponge. We all filed into the church and we took our places on the benches. It was quiet, and I had politely asked, probably countless times, "Where's Grandpa?" Surely yanking the heart out of everyone's chest in those moments. I started to observe the faces around me. The room was sad. The whole room was my mom on the couch that day. I felt something inside of me shift, and suddenly, I knew my grandpa wasn't coming. I frantically looked at the front of the church. There was a big box, and on top of it, there was this silly picture of my grandpa. He was sitting in my favorite chair, and he had taken one of those long rope-like mop heads and placed it on his head, imitating a wig. But why was it just his picture? The first person got up to speak, and it was my aunt. We all loved Denny so much. He was the heart of this family, she began. But everything was silent for me. I looked up at my mom. She was crying. My aunt was crying. Tears filled my eyes, and I let it all out. The full realization that my grandpa had died hit me in that moment. What exactly was death? It had to be like our kitties, right? One day they were there, and now they aren't. You don't get to see them again, pet them again. So, I knew in that moment that I would never be held by my grandpa again, and I didn't understand how that was going to work. I was, for the first time in my life, deeply saddened. Naturally, the next few weeks, months, let's be honest, years, things would be tough for all sorts of reasons. We all had our own relationship with this man, and we were all trying to cope with that loss. To make matters worse, we had to move out of the house that we were living in and into a new city. A few months before this, we'd adopted a dog from the local convenience store owner. and we had to regretfully bring it back to him, as the apartment wouldn't allow for dogs. The family was feeling low, but we ended up in Mukilteo. It was unlike any place that I'd ever lived, the nicest place I'd ever lived. And if only the kids there were as nice as the scenic views. I didn't make friends like I did the first time. I was the new girl. I was the new girl who lived in the weird apartments across from the school. I was the new girl whose mom packed her lunch and it didn't look like everybody else's. I spent days crying in the bathroom, and I spent lunches picking chips out of my grapes because one of the girls thought it would be funny. She thought maybe I would cut my mouth open on it for some reason, and that would be funny to her. Apparently to a whole table full of kids, too. I hated this place. I cried every night and every day. I would hold my favorite teddy bear at night, and I would talk to my grandpa. Grandpa gave me Baby Bear when I was in the hospital. He wore this tiny little sun-made raisin shirt, and he was all I had left of Grandpa now. School had been rough. One of my only friends had moved back to Hawaii, and so I was back at square one of eating lunch alone and trying to fit in at recess. I'd been playing Foursquare with some of the kids, and this popular girl, if you will, had a new cool rain jacket. It was see-through, and it looked exactly like the one from Spice World. Anything reminiscent of the 90s, really. She was letting everyone try it on, and I mean everyone, even boys. Everyone had had a turn, and I was polite, waiting my turn, of course. One of the boys was running around with the jacket on, the girl asking for it back. He took the jacket off, and he threw it on the ground, laughing and just running around. I picked up the jacket. I wasn't going to put it on without asking. I just wanted to give it to the girl. But she snatched it from me as I handed it to her. And as she did, she made sure to exclaim loud enough for everyone to hear. "No, you're too fat to wear it. You'll rip it." I didn't want to cry in front of everyone, so I headed to the bathroom for the remainder of that recess. And that night, I was feeling about as low as a third grader could feel. I cried and cried, and just like every other night, I found myself talking to Bear, asking for Grandpa. Asking him to please just come and see me. Somehow, some way, say hi to me. I'd asked him, "Please, Grandpa," telling him that it was different this time, telling him that I just needed a hug. I laid there, tears rolling down my cheek, squeezing Baby Bear as much as I could, when suddenly I felt the familiar, warm embrace of my grandpa. I allowed myself to soak it in. I allowed myself to relax in my grandpa's arms. This was one of those feelings that was undeniable. I wasn't sure what would happen if I tried to talk to him in this moment, so I just let myself be, eventually falling asleep. I guess it's safe to say my family wasn't very communicative, especially at this time. So I never needed to tell anyone about that experience. And being the child I was a little bit concerned that somehow, some way, it might hurt somebody's feelings instead of make them feel as good as it had made me feel. Not exactly logical, but not all third graders are. It would be several years before I would see my grandpa again, and of course, only ever in dreams. At relatively significant points in my life, though. The most significant being the week before my wedding. It was a lovely dream. Everything was how it should be. Everything felt so real. The idea that my grandpa was gone, it didn't cross my mind yet. We were just cooking, eating, laughing. Just the feeling that he was literally there, and that everyone was okay because of it. My grandma was smiling. It was so beautiful, but then I had that feeling that I often do, since I tried a lucid dream. Oh shit, I'm dreaming. This isn't real. This sucks. And before I could spiral away in those thoughts, my grandpa hugged me in our dream. He told me not to worry. And when he said that, I remembered my husband, future husband at the time. He hadn't been in this dream, but he was waiting for me on the other side of it. I didn't have to worry. This same warmth and comfort that I'd experienced here, I'd found it again in the real world, and in a much different and special way. So I decided that while in that embrace, I would open my eyes. I was home. I looked at my phone, and it was my grandma, telling me that she had just had the most wonderful dream. Yeah, we were there together. I can't explain it. The one thing I know, though, is that love is so strong. So strong that even when it's gone, it's truly never gone. Love is like our superpower. So no wonder it produces experiences that are nothing short of magic. On Halloween night of 2006, I had myself the realest scare of my life. Some backstory. I was living with my parents at the time. Traditionally, as a household, we didn't participate in the whole trick-or-treating thing, mainly because our house is down a long dead-end road, one that is off another road that eventually turns into a dead end as well. Our closest neighbors were a good 3/4 mile away from us. We also had our own tradition of buying a giant bag of candy and going to the movies while everyone else was out trick-or-treating. As I got slightly older, I enjoyed staying back while my parents went out for a little date night. I would bundle up in the bonus room, which was meant as our theater room, with blackout curtains, a comfy couch, and I would watch the scariest movie I could find. So it's Halloween night. My parents had gone out to dinner and likely would go to a movie after. I had chosen to hang back and would be watching Wolf Creek. As I headed downstairs to get my popcorn from the microwave, I thought I heard the familiar quiet beeping sound, the sound the alarm system would make when it wasn't armed, but something was opened, like a window or a door. Then I thought, no, I was just hearing the microwave beeping. It gave me a good reminder to set the alarm, though. My parents always reminded me to do that before they left or whenever they knew I would be home alone. And I would usually forget, sometimes only remembering after they would call to say they were on their way home. So I armed the system, and I headed upstairs with all of my goods, making sure that all the lights were off as to add to the scariness of it all. And really to detour any sort of trick-or-treaters who may for some reason have thought it was a good idea to come all the way out here. I was about halfway through the movie when I had to pee, and I was that fun sort of scared as I walked through the dark to the bathroom across the landing. While in the bathroom, I got this strange feeling. Had I not just seen the outside light on? Was I scaring myself, or was the outside motion detected light on? Maybe my parents were home. I don't know exactly what it was, but I couldn't bring myself to leave the bathroom right away. After washing my hands, I just stood there and thought, I was for sure scaring myself, but wouldn't it be fun to pretend that I wasn't scaring myself and that I had to act in a smart way? A way that would conceal that I was here at all. I was trying to take my mind off of the negative vibes I was feeling by giving myself this pep talk. And just as I turned the light off, I heard the ear-piercing sound of the alarm system. I made no noise, but I was sure that my heart was going to pump right out of my chest, or throat, or whatever. I was instantly overheating, shaming myself inside my head for not grabbing my cell phone from the cup holder before going to the bathroom. Just a quick trip, I thought. I knew the alarm would alert the police, but I also knew that they weren't just down the road. They were at least 10 minutes away, on a good night. This was Halloween night. I had decided I was going to leave the bathroom, but I couldn't go back to the theater room. The room's light was on. You couldn't see that from the outside, but if I opened the door, you'd see the light fill the upstairs. I needed darkness, total darkness. I needed to get to my parents' room. It had the best view of the house perimeter. It had a phone, and most importantly, it had a balcony. There was no ladder to get from the lower level to the top, but my parents had a metal foldable fire escape ladder that was inside the outdoor ottoman. I could hear what sounded like someone moving furniture around, and I was sure they were going through the entertainment center drawers and my dad's office. How many of them were there, I thought. I needed to get out of the space before they decided to make their way upstairs. With the bathroom light off, I slowly opened the door. I remember having a moment to think, and I actually thanked the door for opening so quietly. Then I decided to take off my slippers as my socks would glide best on the floors, without noise. I stepped out of them and crept towards my parents' room. The outside motion detector lights were on, and also one set of kitchen lights now. Instantly, I knew that they'd had to have come through the back door, but I swore that I had locked that earlier. But we had 6 different light switches for the various lights downstairs, and the set that was illuminating now was the switch closest to the back door. The alarm was so loud, I decided to pick up my pace and run towards my parents' balcony. I threw on my mom's coat, and I opened the door and went straight for the ottoman. My plan was to climb down and run into the greenhouse. It wasn't really connected to the house. It had its own phone line. I didn't need a key since I knew where the spare was. I went to throw the escape ladder over the side when I met eyes with someone. They were standing there frozen like I was at first. But then they started to make noise, screaming, likely to his comrades that were rummaging through my downstairs at that moment. Maybe he was yelling for them to leave. Someone was home, time to get out. But I knew I couldn't take that chance. I dropped the ladder and ran towards my parents' bedside table. There was a phone, and hopefully my dad's gun. I knew I absolutely wasn't supposed to touch it unless it was an emergency. Well, this was that. But goddamn it, did I even know how to use it properly? Could I right now? I found myself running, dialing my parents' number immediately. I figured the police were on their way, so I needed my parents to know what was going on. I also hoped maybe they were closer, right around the corner even. It rang endlessly. I sat the phone down, going through the side drawer. No gun. But there was my dad's giant hunting-style knife, so I grabbed that thing. As I ran towards the bedroom door to close it and lock it up, I heard the sound of someone coming up the stairs. It didn't sound like they were running. They were walking slowly. I quickly but quietly closed the French doors and locked them. Then I went back to the phone, Dad's voicemail. I hung up, and just as I went to dial Mom, bang, bang, bang. 3 loud thumps against the bedroom door, and I accidentally shrieked because I was surprised. I hadn't heard anyone get that close at all. Had they seen me close the door? I heard someone yell incoherently through the door, but I was making my way to the bathroom. There was a small window, likely too far off the ground to jump, but at least it would put another door between us. My mind went to the worst-case scenario. Clearly, they were going to kill me or rape me or both. Why wouldn't they have just left by now? Surely they thought the police were on their way. The alarm was still blaring. Hadn't it been at least 10 minutes by now? So many things run through your head in those kinds of moments. I was now locked in the bathroom, but I could still hear the banging coming from the bedroom door. I made my way to the bathtub, stepping up on the side to peer out the window. I couldn't see any police lights, people, or any lights, really. Why weren't the motion sensor lights on? Were they all inside the house? Bang, bang, bang. I just kept hearing on repeat. They haven't made it inside the room yet, I thought to myself. This was my chance to run and call the police with my parents' bedroom phone. Maybe the alarm had not alerted them, after all. I took a deep breath and I opened the bathroom door with one hand, gripping the knife in the other, and I darted towards the phone. Just as my open hand grabbed the receiver, I heard the sound of wood cracking and breaking. Small bits of wood fell near my feet, and I was practically face to face with 3 guys. 2 of which were wearing full ski masks, and one was only covering half his face until he pulled it down when he saw me. I flung my knife in front of me, holding it tightly. I watched 3 of them jump back slightly, and could see that they weren't armed, at least not visibly. I grabbed the phone while still making eye contact, and before I could hit 911, 2 of them lunged forward, right at me. I saw the 3rd man turn and run around the top floor frantically, as though he was looking for something. As the 2 men charged me, I instantly swung forward with the knife, and they jumped back again, yelling, "Whoa, chill." He sounded young, and then I heard the other one say, "Yeah, chill. Who else is here?" He sounded a little older, but still young. I looked back and forth at each of them, pointing the knife at each of them. I was trying to slow step further away from them and closer to the bathroom. Then, they each take turns telling me that they aren't going to hurt me. I looked at all 3 of them, telling them to just get the fuck out of here, yelling that the police are on their way. They looked at each other, and then suddenly they were rushing me again. I held the knife out, and one of them tried to run out of reach, out of view behind me. I knew they were trying to split my attention, but I just held tight to the knife, and I made a run for the bathroom. I felt one of them grab my arm, and I reached back, swinging the knife rapidly, not caring and almost hoping that I would cut someone. I couldn't believe that this was happening, but if it was, I definitely wasn't going down without a fight. I felt the knife make contact, and one of them screamed in pain. And just as they did, I felt my arm release, and I ran to the bathroom, knife still in hand. While taking a deep breath, I tried to reassure myself that they weren't that big. But there were 3 of them. I looked down at the knife, which had some blood on it. I stood there, just staring at the door, looking at the window thinking, am I going to try to get out through there? Through that? I couldn't. There was no way I was going to leave myself vulnerable like that if they burst this door down. So I continued to stand there and essentially braced myself. Bang, bang, bang. The familiar sound. These guys were relentless. I was scared, but I kept standing, bracing myself. Their screams were more aggressive now, telling me to open the fucking door and get their friend some Band-Aids. I told them to more or less fuck off, and then suddenly, it was silent. The alarm was no longer sounding. It had somehow been shut off. Then the guys started to talk over each other, one of them getting pretty loud, followed by them all shushing one another. Suddenly, I hear footsteps, lots of them. First, it was coming from downstairs. Then the ones that were outside my door from the 3 men moved toward the balcony. I heard from my right the men struggling with the escape ladder, but also someone was now running up the stairs. If it was police, I was hoping they were running in my direction. The footsteps grew closer, and the men didn't sound like they had made it very far. I heard police officers yelling for the men to drop everything, hands behind their head, and to get down. All the while, I just stood there, nervously, wondering if I should call out. But before I had a chance, I heard more banging on the bathroom door, but this time followed by, "Hello, police, is anyone in there?" I went to yell out, but nothing came out. I didn't realize how scared I was until then. My throat was so tight, my chest so tight, I couldn't even make a noise. Another bang on the door, I jumped. The officer called out again. "If someone is in there, I need you to respond." I took a deep breath and I managed to squeeze out a "Yes, I'm in here." I was getting the hang of speaking again and continued, "I live here. This is my house." They asked if I was armed or if I was hurt, and then if I would unlock the door. I looked down at my hand, still clenching the knife, white-knuckling it really. I dropped the knife and I kicked it towards the toilet. Then I told them I was not armed. There's a knife in here, but I tossed it, and I'm not injured. Then I went to unlock the door, and when I opened it, there were 2 police officers, a man and a woman. The 3 men weren't immediately in view, but the one man's blood was. It was on the door, my parents' floor, the mirrors. I didn't realize I had even cut someone deep enough to create such a scene. The female officer took me downstairs, and as I walked down the stairs, I couldn't believe what a wreck the entire house was. I was completely shocked to see that our TV from the living room was gone. My dad's office was trashed. The kitchen and guest room drawers were completely emptied. Anything valuable likely gone, while everything else was scattered across the floor. I tried to keep my focus, listening to the officer telling me to try my parents again. But after we couldn't reach them, we moved forward with me giving a statement. At the time, I wasn't quite 18, so I don't even know if it was legal. But it wouldn't matter, since my parents came home shortly after we started. They were a complete wreck. My parents hadn't turned their phones back on after the movie, so when they pulled up to the driveway full of police cars and a random truck, they assumed the worst. When they came through the front door, it's like it all hit me then, and all 3 of us were bursting out into tears. My mom frantically asking what happened while my dad calmly sidestepped over to the police officer, asking in a more even tone what had happened. We all sat down. I finished my statement. My parents refrained from playing the blame game when it came to what door was unlocked. Towards the end of the night, before the police left, they told my parents, while I overheard, that the back door was locked. They pulled me over to ask if I had locked it, but I told them I hadn't gone near anything since the alarm had sounded. But I thought I had locked it earlier. They asked my parents about the door on the side of the house, the one that's attached to the garage. I never used this door, but my parents did. My dad thought it was possible that he left that one unlocked, but it should have sounded the alarm when someone opened it, even if it wasn't locked, because the system was armed. The officer said that door was unlocked, that they think the men spent most of their time in the garage, as it seemed like that's where most of our stuff was missing from. They had just loaded it directly into their truck. The police said that they saw several sets of footprints that seemed to carry through the garage and the house. Then the police started talking about 5 guys. when I had only known about 3 of them. How long had these guys been here? There was a lot of wreckage and missing stuff for this to all have taken place in what I considered 15 minutes, maximum. Had they been in here since before the alarm had gone off? Had they gotten in before I armed the system? I started to get chills. When I'd heard that initial beep, the one that made me arm the system to begin with, what if that was the men entering the side door into the garage? Then they must have started in there, and by the time they would have wanted to ransack the inside, the system was armed, which would have sounded the alarm when they entered the home from the garage. If that's the case, and I don't see what other case there could be, that means that I was alone in my house with 3 to 5 strange men for much longer than I was even aware of. Regardless, I feel incredibly lucky that my parents bothered with an alarm system, that I bothered to arm it, and mostly that my dad always has some sort of weapon around. I still watch scary movies alone, even on Halloween, because you can't let people scare you from doing what you love. However, I stay away from films that depict my experience all too closely. My own memories and Halloween itself are a gruesome reminder enough of what was and what could have been. It seems that only once a year is it acceptable to embrace the idea of ghosts and monsters living amongst us. But it would be naive to think that as the door locks behind you and Halloween night disappears, so do the monsters. Holidays and traditions are merely human inventions. Monsters don't follow the calendars on the wall, nor have they any need for traditions or communal practice. This behavior, again, created by us because there is safety in numbers. In many circles, it's believed that humans are not at the top of the food chain like most of us were taught. In fact, the actual evidence to this has been suppressed from regular society. The National Park Services, where I work and have worked for nearly 20 years, doesn't keep any records of missing person cases. But every year, thousands are reported missing in the American wilderness, never to be seen again, leaving no trace or clue as to what could have happened. Sadly, in my experience, most who fall victim to these disappearances are children who've briefly lost visuals with their guardian, all with similar accounts of how it would be impossible for them to completely vanish in the amount of time their sight was obscured from the child. Animals of prey hunt by picking off the smallest and weakest. They don't often hide their brutality, because death is a common acceptance within the kingdom, the animal kingdom, unmasked from moral obligation. But what if the creature you were hunting did abide by a moral obligation within their kind, developed from a survival technique hinged on assessing and adapting to threats? An entity with intelligence enough to prey upon the human species will go after the offspring first. An entity that can defeat the human species will go after the offspring first. They too have developed survival techniques hinged on remaining unknown. As deforestation slowly wipes out our forests, there's been a spike of hungry animals making their way into rural towns. But I'm nervous to think what else will start to join them as the loggers push deeper into our forests. Over 600,000 people go missing every year in America. This number has steadily risen every year. Every story unique, most leaving more questions than answers in their wake, but all equally as tragic for the ones involved. I have shared specifics in the past, but wanted to take this Halloween to remind everyone, if you do choose to trick or treat or go out, to please be safe and watch out for each other, because ghosts, monsters, or at the very least, the unknown, do live among us. Though this isn't exactly a ghost story, it is filled with some of the most frightening moments of my life. It was one of the first times that I'd been home alone with our baby since she was born. Our daughter was just 3 months old at the time, and my fiancé had just started to pick up more work. He was a contractor, and so he and his team were currently 2 cities away, working on a new hospital. They wouldn't be back for another 2 days. So, home alone-ish, sleeping baby. It's 11:15, and I'm lying in our bed, trying to fall asleep. Then, the doorbell rings. I was irritated at first. It's almost 11 at night. Who the hell is ringing our doorbell? They're gonna wake the baby, I thought. Trick-or-treaters had stopped hours ago. Then after initial irritation, I got scared. For some reason, it's always scared me to hear someone at the door when I'm alone. I blame it on the various Lifetime movies I watched growing up, positive that any time a stranger knocks at the door, it's for murder. Deciding to be braver than I felt, I got up and I went to peek through the peephole. When I did, I saw 2 men that looked to be in their early to mid-30s. At that point, I knew I was scared and decided not to say anything. What are 2 strangers doing, ringing and knocking at 11 p.m.? Even for Halloween night, this was strange. I froze for a moment and just watched. They kept ringing and then knocking. I retreated to the bedroom to grab my phone. I called my fiancé, who likely would have told me to call the police if he answered, but I wasn't sure if I was overreacting. I just felt like I needed to hear his voice. However, he doesn't answer as he's probably very much asleep. Plus, what could he do being 6 hours away? The knocking and the ringing do not stop. They just keep switching back and forth from ringing and knocking for almost 5 minutes. This is according to the clock that I can't stop looking at. They aren't giving up. Some sense kicks in and I call the police, the non-emergency line. I didn't call 911 because I wasn't sure if it qualified as an emergency. I didn't actually know what they wanted. Right as the dispatcher takes my name and address, the knocking and ringing stops. I stay on the phone for a moment, and I tell the dispatcher to cancel the report. And he tells me that if they come back, to just call 911. I hang up and retreat back to our bedroom, but I'm not able to sleep. My next thought was, maybe I shouldn't have canceled the report. Feeling restless, I get up, check on my daughter, she's fine. I check all the windows and doors and they're locked. Just as I'm standing in front of the front door, I hear the doorbell ring. I wait a moment and then I anxiously peek through the peephole again. This time, it's just one of the men. It's the same man, but where is his friend? I say nothing, but then he speaks, saying, "Hello? Is someone in there? My name is Sam and I'm looking for my daughter. She hasn't come home from trick-or-treating." My heart is racing now. Being a new mom, I started to worry about this man's daughter. What if he was telling the truth? I heavily considered opening the door, but then I heard something. It sounded like someone was trying to open the back sliding glass door. Then the man spoke again. "Hey, I can see that you're in there. Can you please just answer the door? My wife and I, we're worried sick." I remained silent, but I grabbed my phone, dialing 911, the real 911 this time. I thought, regardless, it sounds like one of us needs help. I advise that I need someone to send an officer to my house, that it appears two strange men are casing the place, that I'm home alone with my baby. I'm whispering all of this from the hallway bathroom in hopes that they didn't actually know I was in here. They tell me that they're sending someone right away and not to answer the door. The woman offers to stay on the line, and so we waited. After just a moment more, knocking and ringing began again. As I entered the living room, I can hear the man speaking, but I'm not sure what he's saying. I get closer, and I can hear that he's talking to someone else, quietly. As I listened, I heard them talking about the windows, the doors, being locked. They're talking about how they don't think anyone is home. Then, the front door handle begins to jiggle, only slightly since it's locked. The conversation turns to how they should grab some tools and come back. They were sure that we were out of town, since the big truck wasn't in the driveway. I became incredibly nervous. These men had actually been casing the place. And if they even knew we had a truck, they'd had their eye on our house for at least 2 days, since my fiancé had been gone for the last 2. In this moment, as I tried to remain calm, I was kicking myself for turning away those annoying alarm guys. They'd been relentless in trying to sell us one when we first bought the house. I decided that I needed these guys to stick around, at least until the police showed up. I couldn't risk them getting away and trying to come back. After a couple of deep breaths, I made it known that I was home. "Hi. Sam, was it? I'm so sorry I was on the phone there. You said your daughter's missing." I'd never been so scared in my life. Silence. All I could hear was the 911 operator telling me not to engage. She told me that I shouldn't be talking to them when I'm home alone, that I should wait for the police. But she hadn't heard what I had heard, what they were talking about. And I wasn't alone. My daughter. Even though I had never felt so threatened in my own home, I needed to protect her and I, which wasn't possible if these guys got away. I set the phone down and got closer to the door. "Sam, your daughter?" I said firmly. Some time passed with no response, but then he says, "Oh, yes, ma'am. Looks like my wife was able to track her down after all. Sorry for the trouble and thank you kindly." I moved to the peephole. Sam wasn't moving, and his friend, who was standing next to him for one moment, disappeared. He was going in the direction to the side of our house, towards the sliding glass door. That, or he was going directly into our backyard. Just as I moved away from the peephole to run to my daughter's room, I saw light, bright red and bright blue, filled the living room, filled the whole house, and it was glorious to see. I picked up the receiver, telling the woman the police had arrived. I thanked her, probably not as much as I should have, but I did. Then I went to my daughter's room to make sure that she was still completely fine, and she was. I couldn't believe that she'd slept through all of the noise, but I was happy. I guess it was lucky for me that these men had outstanding warrants and a few petty weapons on them. It made it much easier for the police to arrest them on the spot. That night, I actually slept relatively good. I was anxious for my husband to get home, though. Anxious to get that new security system installed, too. Just in case there was a next time. I've told you about my first haunted house, the one that I lived in with my brother and my dad. But this story is about the second haunted house I lived in, between the ages of 9 and 14, with my mom and my brother. For most of our childhoods, my brother and I would be in the middle of a custody battle with our parents. So by the time I was 9, my brother and I were now living with my mom, who had gained custody. She'd just gotten a new house. She presented this house like it was a castle, and in comparison to the 2-bedroom, smaller home that we'd lived in before, it was big, that's for sure. The rooms were not all cramped. My brother and I wouldn't have to share a room anymore. I hated sharing a room with him, always going through my stuff. So my mom knew having our own rooms was a big selling point. Both of our parents were hardworking, so regardless of who we lived with, my brother and I spent a good amount of time, either alone or with babysitters. My mom worked at the hospital in town and was not usually home between the hours of 2 a.m. and 2 p.m. This was always something my dad would try to point out in custody battles, always wanting to know if we really had a babysitter. I remember upon touring the house with my mom, the first time I barely paid attention to most of it. It was pretty much just me and my brother running around the house, arguing over whose room is whose, begging our mom for a dog already. When I got to the room that I thought I wanted this to be mine, I stood in the middle, taking in the light and spinning around, admiring the space that I would have. There was no logical reason to be upset in that moment, but for some reason I stopped spinning and I just stood there in that same marvelous space, but now I felt dead inside. It's the best way I can describe the feeling that overcame me. Since these experiences, I've had loss in my life, and it felt similar to what I felt standing in that room. I walked out, and I told my mom that I didn't feel right. She told me it was probably because I was hungry, and it was awful hot in the house. Being a child and a rather non-defiant one, I accepted this. I did not want to think about it anymore. I wanted to be excited to get the new house. I wanted that feeling back. And if food could help, well, I was more than happy to eat. We ended up moving in over the next 2 weeks, and my feelings were good. For quite some time, my room felt welcoming and cozy. And I have really fond memories of laying in my bed, wrapped in my blankets, watching cartoons when I'm supposed to be asleep. They were good times, but they didn't last long. At first, I maybe saw a few movements out of the corner of my eye, but such things are easy to dismiss, so I did. And then there was the basement. I don't know what it is about basements, but they are creepy. This basement was no exception, and likely kick-started my fear of underground spaces. I had never been sent down there before, but it was getting to be Christmas time, and I was sent to get decorations. It felt like a cave of concrete slabs, dark and dingy, incredibly low ceilings. And of course, in the way back, a deep, dark storage room. That was the room that had the decorations. It had to be. The main area was well lit, so I could see everything that was there. Washer, dryer, random boxes, not Christmas decorations, and a rocking chair. I stood there a moment. I hadn't made it to the storage door yet, but I felt sick. The deepest, heaviest pit filled my stomach. I felt like I couldn't swallow. My throat felt like it could close at any minute. I imagined moving my legs, and then there I was, moving toward the storage. I flipped on every light, grabbed the one box that said Christmas, and ran upstairs. Once upstairs, this feeling went away instantly. Of course, just a few years later, laundry would turn into my job. That feeling never went away, so My laundry trips were quick and full of overcompensating by singing or humming the happiest songs I could think of. Seeing things out of the corner of my eye, the feeling of emptiness and dread, those were very bad. But then the voices. They were quiet at first, almost mistakable for a distant radio. But eventually they'd turn into screams. Screams that would startle me awake. Then I would be awake, wondering how no one else in the house seemed to hear them. Then there were consistently heavy footsteps and banging outside my bedroom door. These became so common that I can't quite pinpoint the first or last time. It was something I got used to, and it was always the same. Now, my brother and I were not super close. We fought a lot as siblings. We chose parents' sides, and it made us a bit distant as adults. So as much as I would love to talk to my brother about our experiences, it's just not really something that makes sense for us to do. But I will say that I recall there being several nights that I would wake up because of screaming or the pounding. But then, when I'd walk around, I would see that my brother was in my mom's room. He'd either be sleeping on the floor or in her bed. It was unusual because he was about 6 or 7 at the time and had previously had no issues sleeping alone. He wasn't afraid of the dark or the new house. A lot of that stuff didn't faze him, so for a while, something must have bothered him too. This went on for a long time, until finally, my brother was sleeping in his own room. A lot of this activity happened dependably. Things getting knocked over, footsteps, the banging, screaming. It didn't escalate until one night when I had some friends over. I was probably about 12 by this time, and I believe my mom was at the neighbor's, which was one of my friend's parents' houses. My friends and I were doing truly innocent stuff, just sitting at the kitchen table, drawing, and listening to music. Abruptly, one of my friends said, "Wait, who's that?" We all stopped to look where she was pointing, and it was at the TV. It wasn't on, but we could see our reflection in the large TV. You could see all of us sitting around the table, but there was someone else. A vague reflection of a man sitting on the couch just behind us. We were all quiet, looking back and forth from the empty couch to the TV. One of my friends stood up, and we all watched in fear as the mysterious figure on the screen turned slowly to look at her. But there were no eyes, and there was no face. We all collectively screamed and ran outside. We ran down the street to my friend's house, all trying to exclaim at once what had just happened. None of our parents seemed to react to what we were actually saying, most of them insisting that we were scaring ourselves. They were sure that we were watching a scary movie or something, even though we told them we weren't. Unfortunately, I didn't have a lot of sleepovers after that encounter. Even that night, everyone insisted that we stay at our friend's house instead of mine. I couldn't necessarily object. As time went on, and all the way up until I was 14 and we moved, the house, the episodes, they got worse. Except this time, my mom didn't have any real explanations for me, for the doctors. Then the doctors themselves didn't have any real explanations, so if you followed my story this long, maybe you, like myself, have come up with explanations for a lot of these experiences. Mainly all aligning with my mom's initial comments that I'm scaring myself. Well, one day, I was walking through my computer room, and it felt like I had ran into something, someone's hand. Just as I made this realization, it felt as though the fingers of this hand were beginning to squeeze around my neck. Then it seemed to release. And as it did, I ran backwards, sliding down the wall and just holding my neck in complete shock. Later that night, I began to cough up small amounts of blood. My mom was incredibly worried and drove me to the ER. The doctor shined a light down my throat and said that I had several tiny lacerations in the back of my esophagus. I remember him asking me, and my mom, if I had accidentally eaten some metal or glass. I was sure that I hadn't done that at all. I was sent home with some special mouthwash and a lot of questions. Questions that no one could answer. A couple months after this, I woke up, spitting blood again. We did the same trip to the ER, and we were told that it was the same cause. Some sort of metal or glass appeared to have cut up my throat. Though, again, I never ate glass or any sort of metal. This is around the time that I started to have the most trouble sleeping. I wasn't eating properly, and my mom was worried that I was depressed. I didn't notice a lot of this stuff, but I did notice that I spent an awful lot of time in my room. My mom started making me go to counseling. I didn't tell my counselor about what was happening because I knew that she wouldn't believe me. I also knew that there was nothing that she was going to be able to do. She wasn't a witch doctor, I would think to myself. How can she help with something that no one can see? What could she do that other doctors couldn't? I wasn't wrong. She told my mom I was fine. She told her I was probably just suffering anxiety, going through puberty. After those appointments, I started to play the part, deciding to leave the house more and venture out, try to meet some new friends. Try to make this year better than the last. So naturally, when I'm in a good headspace, I finally start to believe that these events are behind me. But then the worst takes place. This time, it would happen to my friend. It had been over a year since I'd had a sleepover, but I made a new friend when I'd started 9th grade, and she insisted on staying at my house. It was a great time, of course, until I woke up to her crying, standing over me and asking me to get my mom. I stood up and I asked if she was okay, but she had blood near her mouth. We ran to my mom, who called my friend's parents to ask if it was okay to take my friend to the doctors. I remember going with them to the hospital, but my friend's parents asked us to leave. My mom cried the whole car ride home and just kept repeating that she didn't understand. We moved shortly after this event. We didn't just move down the street, though. We moved entire cities, and the events did stop. No more sounds, voices, injuries. Just a normal house with normal sounds and normal experiences. Over time, I've even toyed with the idea that a lot of this could have been in my head, that maybe all the parent custody stuff was actually affecting me in a way that I didn't understand. But then, I always go back to the table of girls, seeing something too. I think back to the injuries, and I just don't have a proper explanation for all of it. So yeah, I believe the house I lived in was haunted. I think something evil lived there. I'm glad my family escaped relatively unscathed.
Personally, this experience would have been terrifying outside of the Halloween season. But the fact that it took place on Halloween makes it extra creepy. Back in 2015, I had just finished school at DACHED, Delaware College for Art and Design. I'd been studying photography and interior design for the last 3 years. With school being over and done with, I'd decided to finish out the year in Wilmington. Throughout the last few years, I made a decent name for myself as a local wedding photographer.
Because of this, I had jobs lined up through the beginning of December, and I was looking forward to seeing where those would take me. I was originally from Maryland, and though it was a fine place to live, I wasn't exactly eager to go back to my hometown. For being a relatively small area, there were a surprising amount of wedding venues and weddings that took place in Delaware. But also, Wilmington is pretty close to Philadelphia and Jersey. That's just one thing that I find special about the East Coast. When states are much smaller, closer together, it can make for a lot of opportunity in less time. The job also served as the perfect way to explore all of these cities. Since I hadn't been photographing weddings in a totally regimented way so early on, each shoot was truly a new experience. Not just the couple themselves, but the space as well. So many gardens and parks and waterfronts, theaters, and of course, mansions. Lots of mansions, specifically very old ones, often referred to more like estates as they are that large. Lots of history that has been restored or preserved, lots of amazing potential for weddings and for photos. Visiting new places, beautiful places in this light. The light of love. It was perfect. I was always getting to see these spaces at their absolute best. Weddings are so amazing in that, from the people in them to the things surrounding them, they are literally filled with love. Beautiful efforts poured into the decor, the small touches and the little details. They are all labors of love. They serve the purpose of trying to match externally the happiness and warmth that this couple feels internally. The space is a reflection of how they feel inside, and I see that always. Nothing goes unnoticed at a wedding, at least not by most guests, and certainly not by the photographer. I was rather excited for October. I had booked a Halloween wedding, and it was one at a new venue, Bellevue Hall. I'd been the photographer at one of the bridesmaids' weddings, and she'd recommended me for this one as a result. A week before the wedding, the bride asked if I wouldn't mind also being present at the rehearsal. She said she would feel better if she could test the makeup that she was using before the wedding. No big deal. We all headed there together, the close family, wedding party, and me. We met the minister and the owner of the grounds at the front entrance. I instantly started taking pictures, and I wandered off a bit while the owner went over his general introduction for the night. Gorgeous and large space that we had in front of us. The mansion itself was giant, but the grounds it sat on was something I'd never seen. Very much felt like a town of its own. Odd color, I thought to myself, and to this day I think back and wonder why they kept it that weird pinkish-orange color. Maybe when the cherry blossoms were in bloom, it was something exceptional. I had never been here before, which was surprising, when I realized most of the grounds was actually connected to a park. I thought I'd seen just about every park that there was to see. But it would appear not. I saw everyone begin to walk towards the entrance and took this opportunity to snap some candid shots of everyone. I slowed down and began looking through the photos. One in particular caught my eye. It looked like someone was standing in the middle of the grass, just to the left of the mansion itself. I looked in front of me to the left and could see nothing. It was, in fact, a completely empty field of grass that led to some grassy hills. Zooming in on the photo, I couldn't see any detail, really. What I thought initially looked like someone was now just a whitish-gray mark. But it was there. I went through the rest of the photos, worried that it was the camera. I checked the lens, which was fine. I brushed it off and caught up with the rest of the group. The inside was gorgeous, and I knew that it would look even more spectacular tomorrow evening. I took this opportunity to walk the entire inside of the main house, while the rest of the group continued to the ceremony room. I tried to the best of my abilities to see everything, but there was no way that I was going to see the very top floor, or even the top two for that matter. Each door or hallway leading in that direction was either locked or blocked off entirely. I found that strange, so much space just completely unused. I thought maybe they would be open when the wedding was happening, possibly included in the rental fee. There was a castle-like tower on the side of the house that I thought would make for a wonderful photo with the bride, but it didn't appear that I could get into it. The door was locked shut, and when I knocked, I got no response. I moved away from the doors and decided to keep exploring. As I started to walk away, I heard the unmistakable sound of adults laughing. At least two of them. A man and a woman. Two women. Definitely human laughter. And much closer to me than the people I had come with. I moved even closer to the door again to see if I could hear anything further, but it was silent. Silent except one loud boom. Like the sound of someone kicking the door. Not hard enough to break it, but hard enough to make a pretty loud noise. It made me jump back quite a bit, and I found myself pretty afraid. At the time, I was a little bit more afraid that it was a person, someone who worked here, and if so, I thought it was messed up that they would try and scare me. Instead of sticking around, I decided that I would keep exploring. I was taking photos as I went, some of them great, and some of them, the lighting was just not great. So it was a bit of a wash, but at least I was learning this now, and not during the wedding. I met the group as they started to run through the ceremony rehearsal. After they were through with that, I took the bride to a couple of locations that I'd found on my walk so that we could get some photos of her makeup. She also took me to the bridal suite, which was something else. As we walked up and down the various staircases, the bride looked at me and said, "Whoa, I swear I thought I just saw someone up there." And she pointed above us. She was pointing at the central stairs, specifically the fourth balcony, the one that I was already sure you couldn't get to. I was just about to tell her about the experience I had when she laughed. And in a joking way, she said, "Spooky." So at the time, I kept my thoughts to myself. But I did ask if she thought we'd be able to go up there tomorrow. She told me she wasn't sure, that she knows something or some of the floors are off limits or closed off for some reason. She truly didn't have anything specific for me, but said that she knew that the rest of the space was ours, including the outside. I asked if they had any guest rooms. Such a large place, you think that they would, but she said no. I thought that was strange, too. Lots of actual rooms, but people can't stay here. But the longer I stood in that place, I started to wonder if I even would stay here. It was absolutely phenomenal, don't get me wrong, but the vibes were different. We headed out for the night, and I wouldn't return until the next morning. I'd be with the bride from the moment that she set foot on the property, as well as trying to spread myself out with the rest of the wedding party in the space. The morning and afternoon we were all very busy, naturally. But after group photos and before the ceremony, I took the opportunity to walk the grounds some more, and then went on to photograph the decor, the flowers, every detail. The color scheme was very autumn-esque. Reds, oranges, browns, fireside feel, cozy and romantic. So for the rings, I'd seen a vintage-style pink chair just up the stairs. I'd put them with the bouquet and it would make a lovely photo. I looked at my watch and I made my way to the chair since I still had a good 20 minutes. Walking up the stairs, I heard additional footsteps. So I moved to the side, in which I didn't hear them, and then I looked back to gesture for someone to pass. But when I stopped, those footsteps did too, and no one was there. An echo, I thought, and so I kept going, the footsteps following again. So I stopped, but the footsteps behind me didn't stop. Instead, it felt as if wind had moved right through me and I was struck with chills. A random gust of wind? Not likely. I did continue up the stairs, and I didn't hear any footsteps. I'd made my way to the chair and I set the rings down on it, and I went to open the curtains at the end of the hallway. Halfway to my destination, I hear the sound of metal hitting the ground, and then a rolling sound. Turning back to look, I see the rings are now on the floor. In that moment, I wanted to believe that I'd just set them down wrong. So I continued to the window and I opened the curtains. I made my way back, and the rings were fine. As I'm reaching down to pick them up, and suddenly, the light that I had let in is removed. I jolt my head in the direction of the window, spin around, and stand up. The curtains have been closed. What the actual fuck? Excuse my language, but it's actually how I felt in that moment. I was suddenly feeling very uncomfortable in this space, and I started to feel like I should leave. I made my way towards the stairs and I heard the same laughter that I'd heard the day before. A man and a woman. I didn't want to stick around for another loud banging noise, so I hustled down the stairs, looking back every few moments. When I reached the bottom, I had the horrible sensation that if I looked up, I would see something. And I did. I looked up towards the 4th floor, and I saw the shadows of 2 people moving around. Then, one of the shadows, moved closer to the edge, and it looked over. But it was still a shadow. I don't know how else to describe it other than it was possibly thicker and darker than a normal shadow, seemed more solid in shape, but no more details than an actual shadow would offer. I grabbed my camera, facing it upwards, but nothing seemed to be captured in the photos. When I looked away from the camera and back up towards the 4th floor, nothing. I turned and looked on the other side, but nothing there either. Whatever had been following me or messing with me had disappeared as unexplainably as it had appeared. The only other strange thing about this place was that my camera batteries were drained very quickly. It's normal to go through several of these during a wedding, but I had gone through all 5 of my rechargeable batteries by the end of the night. I still to this day go through a maximum of 3. This wasn't even the longest wedding that I've done, so this was strange at the time, and it is now too. I was so busy the remainder of the day, and most of the time in the areas that were meant to be occupied by guests. So I don't think I really had time to have any other spooky experiences. I will say, though, that I went through all of the photos after the wedding, and those initial photos that I took outside during the rehearsal, where I had seen something gray, it was no longer there. Not in any of the photos, and not just the one. I know I saw it, so I can't really explain what happened there. Bellevue Hall is more famously known for its history and for being one of the more lovely places to get married in Delaware. It's more known for that than for being haunted, but it is known for being haunted. I didn't know that when I first took the job. Not saying I wouldn't have done it, but it's definitely not the first thing that pops up when you are looking for wedding venues. It doesn't necessarily offer up that it's haunted. But this place definitely has its fair share of stories, and mine is just one of them. Growing up, I always wondered why my mom never wanted to go camping, and she never really wanted us to go camping either. She seemed to be okay with the idea of sending us away to summer camp, but these were camps that felt more like extended field trips, spending most of our time inside exhibits, taking bus rides to places that were further away from the places that we'd be staying for the night, but never the woods. Always the beach or the city, somewhere well-populated and sleeping indoors. One day, I finally got the explanation I was looking for. I had been looking through a lot of old photographs for a school project, and I couldn't help but notice that a majority of them included my mom in the woods. So, this is a story about the last time my mom actually did go camping, and though I don't share her fear, in my life I've gone camping many times, I do completely understand her extreme hesitation. As a child and through her 20s, she was a very accomplished camper and survival enthusiast. My parents actually met while hiking the Appalachian Trail, and they did this together for several years. My mom also enjoyed going on solo trips, often for at least 2 weeks, completely on her own. Even after she met my dad, she would continue to take these solo trips to an extent, sometimes for work and sometimes leisurely. This was one of those solo, leisurely trips. My mom explained that she'd always pick a spot that wasn't as well known to your average hiker, and through her work of scouting out these places, she often got what she was looking for, which was solidarity with nature. She would usually stop at a store, the last one on the outskirts of town, and this was to grab anything last minute, and a piece of her always wanted to be seen in the event that something should happen while she was out there. Usually, this store was the last time she'd see someone for several days. And it was usually just the person that was working there. She decided to stop at a gas station. She was sure there was another store, but certain that it would not have gas. While the gas was filling up, she sat in her car and just started looking around the parking lot when she saw one guy sitting in his truck, parked in front of the store. She was surprised to see that he was just staring at her. Uncomfortable, she tried to look away casually, looking over in every other direction. As she tells me this story, she makes it clear that at that time, she was uncomfortable, but she was used to guys making her feel that way. She wasn't terrified or anything like that. She just wanted the man that was pumping her gas, this was in Oregon State, to just be done already. And soon enough, he was. My mom just handed him a 20 and drove off. For the next hour, she passed nothing but nature, and she stopped along the highway to capture some photos of a moose and pretty landscapes. She saw some bears, but didn't think it wise to pull in their direction, so she just enjoyed them from afar and kept on her route. Finally, she reached the last store and headed inside to get something to snack on before she was officially eating her Moon Man food, as she called it. Settling on some Skittles and Doritos, she turned around and found herself face to face with a man. The same man. She sort of jumped back, said excuse me, and proceeded to the counter quickly. She didn't turn around to see for sure, but her peripherals, she saw someone leave the store just as quickly as she'd gone to the counter. The clerk saying, "That was strange," and laughing. My mom tried to laugh, but instead it came out as an awkward, "What?" To which the clerk replied, "That guy. He was just sitting in his truck staring at you, and then he walked right up to you. I thought he knew you or something, but looks like he didn't." My mom grabbed her stuff and watched as the truck drove out of the parking lot. She was relieved to see it turn in the opposite direction that she would be heading. Must have thought I was someone else, she said as she left the store. She was sure that she had just officially seen the last human that she would see for several days now. Still at that moment, not terrified, but a little bit spooked that she was sure that was the same guy in the same truck. About 20 minutes on the road, she'd all but forgotten about it, focusing on the gorgeous scenery and the isolation. It wasn't until she was only a few minutes away from taking the last real road before the dirt roads kicked in that she noticed someone was behind her. It was in that moment that her palms started to sweat. Something told her that this wasn't right. Sure, it could be a random someone, also out in this very random place at this very random time, but she knew, and only in that moment, that it was going to be that truck, and it was going to be that man. Instead of turning where she had planned, she kept driving forward. The truck didn't stop following her, and it was keeping its distance. No matter how much my mom slowed down, it stayed the same distance behind her. She decided that she was going to turn around. If the truck followed her, then she had something to worry about. If it didn't, then she was fine. She found a turnabout, turned her car around, and headed back to the road she initially intended on taking. As she circled back, she saw the truck kept passing, and it didn't appear to be turning around. She kept driving at a very slow pace, just to see if she had missed them turning around. No cars, no headlights. All was well. Turning down the road, she suddenly felt safer, thinking to herself that maybe she had just gotten herself scared. The last time, she couldn't even be sure that it was the same truck. By the end of the day, she was all but over it. Her day had been filled with some amazing nature, and she felt truly alone in a good way. The spot she had picked was perfectly placed far enough away from the water, so less bugs, and the air was perfect. That morning, the first thing she saw when she opened her tent was a Polaroid that had "Hi" written on it. My mom didn't have a Polaroid camera. The Polaroid was of my mom, sleeping in her tent. To this day, she says the only time she moved faster in her life than in that moment was when she got the call that I'd been in a car accident and was headed to the hospital. She said she impressed herself with how quickly she managed to take her tent down, and actually that she managed to take it down at all. I joke with her that sure, it's impressive, but it's also very stupid in the event that this photographer was lurking around. All jokes aside, though, I'm glad this creep didn't do more than just take a photo of my mom. She says that too. That she was lucky. That was all that happened. That something more could have happened so easily, and she would have been helpless. It truly scared her to the core, and it changed how she interacted with nature entirely, so I think that part is pretty sad. Although she keeps a pretty amazing garden and is nothing short of an arborist herself, so I think she finds safe ways to keep herself surrounded by the things that she loves, so that it's not a total loss. And I can't say that I blame her. When I was very young, I had issues with sleeping, and that's kind of an understatement. I was young, and it started as small things, screaming and crying for my parents to come to my room, being and feeling literally paralyzed. Going to them was never an option. I don't consider those the experiences I had, though, because I don't remember all of them, and I couldn't tell you why I was crying or screaming. If we go back to the beginning, my family's living in San Antonio, Texas, and the first encounter that I truly remember was when I was getting ready for my first day of school, kindergarten. I remember waking up real early. Must have been dawn, as I could see the sun barely starting to poke through the house. Like a lot of things at that age, I was very anxious, but excited. As I sat on my floor, I was preparing to put on my new shoes, when I started to hear a strange buzzing or humming coming from outside my window. It was loud, but I remember thinking not loud like when someone was having yard work done, or loud like airplanes that I'd seen fly by, but it was more noticeable. I was distracted and attracted to it instantly. Though the humming made me feel strange, like car sick, I couldn't sit still. So I got up and I looked out my window, then immediately ran to the stairwell outside of my room, where there was a much larger window. What I saw was a very large silver disc. It had round edges, but they were quickly moving out of view. So now all I could see was what had to have been the bottom of this disc. I recall best its intense size, so large that even when looking up the much bigger window, the disc was now covering it entirely, sweeping the whole home in a dark gray, like it had never been dawn. I could see small blue lights lining the underside. They were the brightest blue that I'd ever seen. Its shape, the lights, and even the noise, or lack thereof, they're all honestly rather comparable to things I've seen in video games and artistic depictions throughout my life, perhaps inspired by similar experiences. I ran to my parents' room, grabbing my mom, or attempting to anyways. She was in the bathroom getting ready for work and wasn't accepting my pleas. She was more interested in the fact that I was already ready for school. My claims of seeing something in the sky were overlooked. She even dismissed my question about the noise, the humming. I walked out of the bathroom and sat on their bed, waiting for my mom. I peeked out into the hallway to see if it was still covered in a dark gray. It was. Eventually, my mom walked out of the bathroom, laughing, saying, "Let's go, okay, let's go check it out." Likely not believing what I was going to show her. When we got to the stairwell, it was gone. I ran down the stairs to look out all of the windows on either side of the house. Nothing was in the sky. Whatever massive disc-like object I'd just experienced was now nothing. Even as a kindergartner, I felt a massive letdown. My mom rubbing my head, saying, "It was probably a plane." I knew that it wasn't a plane. After that experience, I started to remember odd dreams, recalling things that seemed like fiction, but through the years of personal research and support, my stories and experiences, they're not much different than others. Until I was a teenager, about 17, I would have the same dream very often, at least the same setup every time. My room would be engulfed in that same blue light. Everything was dark except that blue light. The next moment, I would remember a feeling as though I was free-falling. The same feeling I'd get if I jumped off the tall diving board at the community center. Each time, just as my stomach would drop, I'd open my eyes and be blinded by now the whitest light I'd ever seen. I was always lying on a table. It was always cold. I never felt any pain, but I was uncomfortable. Only when something was directly above me, covering the lights, could I see anything at all. Elongated gray figures. Their shape mostly like ours, but their head longer, skinnier. The skin looked like shiny leather, but I don't know what it felt like, not at that time. They didn't appear to move their mouths when they spoke, but I could understand them. At first, I wouldn't say things out loud, too afraid. But I could understand their responses to my unasked questions. They were in tune with my concerns, and they tried to ease them the best that they could. Early on, I would tell my parents about these experiences, and naturally they chalked them up to bad dreams. They lumped these experiences in with the rest of the sleep issues that I'd had in my life. When I was about 11 or 12, I'd mustered up enough courage to learn a little bit more, or at least try to learn more. I found myself in the same familiar position, the lights, the table, the grays. I felt a strange sense of safety, and I think it was around this time I stopped fighting the experiences. I laid on the table, as I usually did, but this time I was able to hear my own voice outside my head, simply asking what they were doing. Their response wasn't spoken out loud, instead, telepathically. They must have known more about me than I knew about myself, because their answer fit what I could understand at the time. A statement simple enough for a fourth grader to understand. They were trying to figure out how to make people live longer. In the same thought, they asked if I felt I was in a safe place. I told them yes, that I wasn't afraid of their ship. I asked if I could even get down, if I could explore the ship. What's strange is I don't remember details like how long it took or things like that. The details are literally clouded. What I remember is that it felt as though everything was covered in a blinding white light, and it prevented me from seeing much of anything. I have a vague memory of walking out of a room and past several other blindingly white rooms. Inside each room, there was another person, one that looked more like me and not like these grays. I also realized that outside of laying on the exam table, I didn't see any grays anywhere. Not even walking with me. I felt like someone was with me, but I don't recall seeing anyone. I don't actually know who or what was guiding me around the ship. A separate trip, or dream, several weeks later, I had a similar experience. Always starting the same, but this time, I started to talk right away. I told the room that I could hardly recall what I'd seen before, explaining that I was curious and I wanted to know more about the ship that I'd spent so much time on but couldn't recall. I have small memories of gazing through what must have been their command center or control area. It honestly looked like something out of Star Trek or Star Wars, the only thing I could truly compare it to until computers and flat screens would become a thing of the future. Underneath these screens or monitors, there were markings, writings that I didn't understand. They seemed more like shapes than words, I thought to myself. And what are those? Instantly, I was given an answer in my mind. They're like numbers, so each has its own. Suddenly, I was inside this command center. Previously on the outside looking in, now I was standing inside, and beneath me was a glass floor. I felt that stomach drop feeling, but when I realized what was below me, I went from scared to utterly amazed. Here I was, a 12-year-old, in space. I could see Earth below my feet, and it looked so magnificent. While I was gazing out, I got a reply in my head, or a comment really, of thank you. They'd read my mind. What I'd thought in that moment was they, the Greys, were free to take me to their ship any time, that I wanted to learn about them, that everything was not so scary, but instead really beautiful. That trip, as I call it, led me down a different path. It was after that encounter that I personally started to realize these were good beings. My sleep problems all but resolved themselves. I was never scared, never feeling paralyzed or needing someone to help me. I really anticipated these trips from that moment on, and I stopped telling my parents about them. Each time, I would go to sleep and not have these experiences. I found myself disappointed instead of relieved. The next time that it would happen, I was exposed to even more. This was the first time that I recall seeing these beings walk around with me. I went from being on the exam table to holding the hand of one of them. It didn't feel like leather, though, which I initially thought it would. It felt like a silk sheet, soft and light. I looked down and it was thin, grayish. Long fingers. Where are we going, I thought. And just like that, I heard in my head, a place much like Earth. They walked me to a big room where I could again see through the floor. No big monitors in this room, though. Instead, it was filled with green. And as I looked down, I could see a maze. The best way to explain where they took me was the labyrinth that they show in The Shining, but much, much larger. It seemed to cover everything, that everything was one big, beautiful maze. I could see nothing except green. When we stepped onto the surface, it felt like thick moss, but dry. For what felt like hours, I had a telepathic conversation with two of these beings. Now, here in this light, their skin much more green. They were still tall and very skinny, long, slim faces and eyes that looked like goggles, but they looked less shiny. And now, without holding my hand, I couldn't be sure that they felt the same or not. What I remember most outside of the green is that I felt a strong wave of reassurance hit me throughout this whole conversation, though I can't remember exactly what we talked about. It felt like what I think meditation feels like now as an adult. I didn't have a ton of friends at this time, but I imagined this was what a real friendship would feel like. And each time I saw them after that experience, I told them that. We would go back to this place at least 2 more times, and each time I would walk away with a new detail, the hedges perfectly shaped and surrounding the area. The sky, how it wasn't blue and there was no sun, but it emanated the same warmth as Earth. Getting older, I would question these experiences, these beings, going from afraid to missing them. Why didn't I ever feel the need to touch anything? I was in awe by so many things, but at the same time, I felt as though I wasn't entirely controlling my thoughts or actions. Hypnotized, if you will. I started to think that maybe these were dreams. Maybe my whole childhood was one long dream. Maybe I'm just a creative, I thought often. Well, eventually, as I got older, these visits became less and less frequent. When deciding I wasn't afraid, I spent a good amount of time trying to induce these experiences. However, I didn't have the internet at the time, so this was really just me asking out loud that they come back. One night, I was about 16, and I found myself in a paralyzed state for the first time in years, but in the same bright room. I got excited and thought, yes, it's finally happening again. I was told repeatedly, "You are okay, you are safe." As I laid there, I felt their words whirl through my head. They told me that they would have to leave me alone for a while, and that I would see them just one last time. I felt a tear roll down my cheek, and then I was awake in my bed. Usually, it didn't seem to happen so quickly like that. They would drop me off, and I would drift back to sleep until morning. But this time, one moment I was in that room, and the next, I was hurled into my bed. No dreamlike state, just snapped back to reality. That day felt like my best friend had told me they were moving. I had what I considered good friends, but these beings seemed to know me the best. I felt so calm with them. Why would they want to leave me like this? The last time I saw them, there were so many of them. I woke up on the exam table. So many elongated heads with glassy eyes looking down at me. I was told not to be scared, that they wanted to test something on me. They said that if I was in agreement with this test, they would not be able to see me ever again. I felt sadness sweep over me again, and internally, I was saying no way. I was very sad, and I told them I didn't want to lose them, as we were very close. They told me that this was very important to them, that they needed my help. They reminded me that I'd been working towards something with them for a long time now. They told me that sacrificing our relationship could change the future of their research, could change my future. I agreed, reluctantly, but a genuine agreement to their request. Smoothly, I was moved from the exam table to what looked like a giant silver egg. It was the first time I'd seen the color red in this space, I thought, while looking at the glowing red lights that surrounded the egg. And just like so many other things before this moment, I essentially walked into it without asking any questions. There was a small chair built on the inside of the egg, along with what looked like seat belts and tools hanging from the inside. I was about to ask for someone to get in there with me when two of these beings approached me. I felt at ease. These were my friends. They placed their hands on my shoulders, and they reassured me just by doing that. Another being, one whom didn't feel familiar, just looked like the rest, walked up to me, and I was then presented with a large medical syringe with a needle, maybe 2 inches long. Inside the syringe was a neon green fluid. I asked if it was going to hurt, and they said yes, but that I wouldn't remember that part. They said for now, just remember that I was helping them. They would explain more later. I nodded that I was ready, and instantly I was injected with the fluid. I felt a quick pinch in my left arm, and just as I thought something was going to hurt, the next thing I remember is being fine. I felt my cheeks, which were wet, like I had been crying. I remembered my arm and looked over. 3 small green bumps. No pain. And I felt the comfort of one of them placing their hand in mine. I expressed I felt fine, but really wanted to understand what we had done. They told me that what they had given me, it would preserve my life. What I remember most is they tried to make me understand that by actually sharing their plans, they'd be putting themselves at risk, that I could destroy them. I put effort into trying to make them understand that I would never do something like that. They were concerned about their own safety, it appeared. So I stopped pressing for too much information and instead asked if there was any way that I would be able to know if it's working. How will they know if it's working or not? There were no real answers offered to those questions, though. I felt tired. That was a new feeling. If you take care of yourself, yourself will take care of you. These were the words that I remembered the most, repeating them even after I found myself awake the next morning in days and years to follow. That next morning, though, I thought of my arm, and for the first time ever, I felt like I had pulled something out of my experience and brought it back with me. 3 small green bumps on my left arm. They stayed on my skin for a couple of days, and I tried to keep them covered up. One day in the shower, they popped. I half expected green fluid to rush out of them, but nothing came out of them. Instead, it just looked like I had 3 small blisters that had popped. That morning, my dad saw my arm and asked me what the hell had happened. When I looked over, I could see that where the bumps had been, I had 3 marks that resembled rather large burns, and they were red. My parents took me to the ER just to make sure that it wasn't some sort of infection. And no, I didn't bother telling anyone about my experience. Honestly, at the time, I felt conflicted. Either no one will believe me and I'll be labeled as crazy, or I betray a whole society that has done nothing but try to help and preserve my life, as far as I saw it. What I told the doctor was that I woke up and I had 3 small welts on my arm, that they popped in the shower and now they look like this. They look infected, my dad clarified. The doctors took samples and prescribed me some chemical burn cream, saying that my burns closely resembled someone who'd been in contact with hazardous chemicals or some sort of harmful organic material. It helped and they reduced in size for sure, but they definitely left me with 3 small scars. I never saw my friends again. No more exams, no more meditation-like conversations, and a whole lot of questions. Questions I didn't even consider at a young age. Questions that I never actually got to ask inside or outside my head. As I said, I never told my parents about those experiences, the later ones, and I never really told anyone about them. It took me several years to actually indulge these ideas. I felt like I'd spent time grieving these individuals, the loss of our friendship. The memories, though fragmented and difficult to explain appropriately at times, they do not fade the way that my dreams do. The feelings that I experienced and the sensation of touch and connection, what I took away from it, it never fades away. I could feel myself literally growing mentally each time, and the feelings of anxiety and stress became obsolete, my health concerns obsolete. I was a terrified kid who seemed to always have something wrong with them, but I grew into a functioning, healthy adolescent, and then into what I guess I would consider a normal, healthy adult. I'm 50 years old now, a horse veterinarian. I'm not married, but I've been with my partner for several decades. We have no kids, but plenty of animals. For a long time, my partner was the only one that I'd ever told about these trips. Much like now and any time since, I've only ever written them down, as speaking them into existence I never felt comfortable with. My partner never pried, just simply told me, I believe you. I'll always believe you forever. My experiences haven't defined us in any way, and outside of that little note-passing session, we don't really talk about it. I have joined several online forums and shared my story since. I mainly joined these groups to see if my takeaway was correct. Were there other people like me on that ship? Because if so, some of them were bound to have written about it. I didn't need proof, but curiosity and the excitement of the internet got the best of me. By the time I was sharing with others, I'd accepted my experiences as truth. When I found out that people who shared their experiences and confirmations were actually helping others, that's when I decided to start sharing instead of just observing. To this day, every time I feel far away from something, or any time I start to go into a negative place, I appreciate having these 3 little scars as a reminder. I have experienced so much, and I'm so grateful. And I remember those words always. Regardless of the situation, I seem to find a way to apply it to my life. I don't know if it means the same thing to everyone or if others receive the same words. I just know that it hasn't let me down yet. If you take care of yourself, yourself will take care of you. My cursed house won. I sold it. Do you live there now? Well, you need to know this. I moved into what was to be my forever home with my husband and 1-year-old son almost a decade ago. We felt connected to the home immediately, as though it was exactly where we were supposed to be. Little did we know the chain of events to follow would make it the home we wanted to forever forget. Seems like the American dream, moving to a nice house on the outer edges of a suburb, lush woods behind the house for exploring. However, unusual things started happening from the day we moved in. One of the first nights in the house, we woke up hearing my son screaming. He was a toddler and beyond the age of waking up throughout the night. I assumed it was the new surroundings throwing him off a bit. So I headed to his room to see him standing up in his crib, screaming, while the ceiling fan was running at full speed and the lights were brightly on. He was nowhere near the switch, and I certainly left everything off when I put him to bed. I brought him into my bed with me, and we went back to sleep, only to awake later with the ceiling fan in my room at full speed. The next day, we decided it was because the switches were remotes, so we went ahead and reprogrammed the remotes, but it kept happening. We turned off the remotes entirely, but it kept happening. We had the remotes removed completely and replaced with standard switches, and that seemed to help. But it did still happen. Odd and unsettling, but not a deal breaker. A few months in, I woke up one morning to find that every single clock in the house was set to a different time, analog and digital. Again, I explained it away to being an electrical glitch, something benign. Then, not long after, TVs and radios started coming on without anyone controlling them. Sometimes, feet away from where I'd be sitting, they'd pop on. Occasionally, every smoke detector in the home would go off. We had the fire department out here multiple times, and they could find no reason for it. I jokingly mentioned my haunted house to my neighbor, a reverend recovering from a brain tumor. He looked directly at me and told me the house was cursed, and that my house and the houses around me had persistent presences. I felt very uncomfortable, but asked what exactly he was talking about. No one had lasted in my home more than 5 years' time. Everyone that inhabited the home, built in 1997, had misfortune the entire time that they lived there. 2 people had died, one in the home of natural causes, and one in a medevac helicopter that crashed en route. Anyone married, divorced. Major financial problems, long-term illnesses, and tragic accidents. I verified as many of these accounts to be true as I was able to. In 2011, I was the 6th owner of this relatively new home. The house kept behaving badly, but we lived with it as everything was relatively safe, although annoying. My neighbor continued to tell his ghost stories and eventually called someone down the street to tell me more. She had researched the area and claimed that there used to be all farmland where our neighborhood was, and that a number of thieves were shot and killed trying to escape into the woods that were beautifully sitting behind our house. She talked about how she and her friends, when in high school, would do seances in those woods, bring Ouija boards out there, to royally terrify themselves. She regretted it because she started seeing people in her home after that, ghosts. It was all very interesting, but I just wasn't really allowing myself to accept any of it as truth. Within a few years, my son was diagnosed with autism. He would talk to many people in the house, but never saw anyone outside the house. He saw these people enough to be able to tell me their personalities. There was a child that would sometimes sleep with him and take up too much of the bed, so he wanted a bigger bed. There were a variety of other people I don't remember the details of, but there is one I won't forget. My son was having trouble going to sleep. He told me that in the corner of the room, the darkness was waiting. He said a man that he didn't like came out of the darkness, and he would talk in his ear when he was sleeping. He told me that the man said, "In the end of days, you will become a crow." My 4-year-old, barely verbal, autistic son told me this. By the 5-year mark in the home, my husband and I were divorced, and both of our financial lives were crumbling. Eventually, I started over with a new partner in the same home, and from the moment he moved in, our relationship suffered, and he had endless bad luck. He told me sometimes he would wake up and see a little girl in the hallway by our room, and he would lay frozen until she faded away. My son would tell me the man from the darkness made him want to die, and he would talk about the ways the man would tell him to end his life. My new relationship ended, and I couldn't take it anymore. I listed the home for sale. A young couple made an offer above asking price, sight unseen. I accepted. They had stars in their eyes at the closing when they were handed the keys. It reminded me so much of myself years before. I couldn't get out of that house fast enough. I made it 8 years in the home. After leaving it behind, our lives have grown and blossomed. I got a call from my realtor a few weeks after they moved in. The new owners were having a lot of mechanical problems. Appliances were dying, and the electrical needed to be fully redone, they said. They thought I should give them the money back, given that I sold them a lemon. I declined, and I'm never looking back. What's so strange about that comment is that was the last thing I did to the house before leaving, had the electrical replaced. So, yeah, like I said, I'm never looking back. My best friend and I are originally from Washington State. However, she moved to Texas about a year before graduation while I stayed in Washington, eventually moving to Oregon in 2019. This was about 3 years ago, and it was my first time in Texas. I was visiting her at college. Her school was a small off-branch of Texas A&M, basically like a community college. She was living in this big building, which was made up of small studio apartments for the students who wanted to live on campus. It was pretty legit. It was just before spring break. Her family would be going to Mexico over actual spring break, so we planned this trip around that. By the time this happened, I'd been there for about a week, and everything had been great so far. The only consistent issue was me locking myself out. It was rather easy since I didn't have a key to the place or the building. There was only one key card assigned to each unit, which was essentially a key card that let you, a student, access anything you needed. Long story short, no, you weren't supposed to have people stay at these studios. They were meant strictly for students and were set up for individual living. No sort of roommate situation here. Outside of the occasional walkout, which was solved by a quick text or call, it was easy to get away with me as a visitor. It was my last night there. My friend was going to be in evening classes for a good part of the night. I decided to go to the small theater that was a couple of blocks away and catch a movie. Without considering that I had changed jackets, I closed the door without my ID and without my debit card. realizing this as soon as I heard the door automatically lock. If only Apple Pay was a thing for me. Either way, I had to accept that this was going to be what I was doing for the next 2 hours, being locked out. I couldn't very well walk into my friend's lecture asking for her student ID card. I ended up walking the town, and it wasn't bad. There was surprisingly a lot to see without spending any money. The streets seemed to be pretty active, but not too crowded. Would have loved to grab a couple of drinks, but didn't feel like mingling with strangers without identification, so I just passed a lot of places. Went to various parks in the area, which there was a lot, and eventually made my way back to her building. Remembering that I was locked out, I glanced at my phone. I was surprised that it was almost 11. I looked, and my friend said to expect her around 10:30, but I didn't have any new messages from her. I shot her a quick text, curious on her ETA, telling her just to text me whenever, no rush. It would be nice to know, I thought. As I waited for a response, I realized that it was really quiet. Looking around, I could see that it was rather empty now. More than empty, it was dead. Being alone in a fairly foreign area at night, I had to sum it up to being as late as it was. And that was all. I sat on the bench, the one that was under the streetlight, and I waited for my friend's text. But then I heard something. Multiple things. They all sounded like they were coming from the tree behind me. They didn't sound big, more like birds moving around. Maybe a cooing sound. But it seemed late for birds. I stood up casually and then I looked up. All I could see was something big and white. Somehow it was avoiding most of the light, but there was enough to see that it was white in color. I wanted to imagine that it was fluffy, but it was much larger than I thought it was going to be when I looked up. Based on the sound, I didn't understand how this thing was so large, big, and white. Then I heard the same sound in all the trees. My attention moved from tree to tree. As I gazed through and near each of them, I tried to see if they too had large white things in them. I'm not familiar with a lot of animals that are native to Texas, but I'm relatively familiar with wildlife in general. So the next sound was unmistakable. It was an owl. Owls. Several hoots from one or more of them. I found that strange. Had I ever heard more than one owl, I thought. And then I thought, I guess that makes sense. What else would be large and white and in these trees sounding like birds? Definitely an owl. Maybe a family. I couldn't help but keep looking in the trees as I walked back to the original tree. I heard the hoots begin again, sounding like they were directly behind me. I looked, and now in front of me, about 6 yards away, there was a large white owl, sitting in a tree with barely any leaves. I remember thinking that it was beautiful. And before I could even fully enjoy the scene, I felt the ground just beneath my feet shake. Immediately, I turned my body entirely around, and just beneath the tree that I had originally been under, there was another creature, but it was far too large to be an owl. It didn't appear to be facing me. Instead, I was looking at its back. It moved its head rapidly from side to side, not even looking back in my direction, and it took off. But it didn't fly away. It ran away. It was running away towards the park that I had come from. It was running away on all fours. Completely in shock, I stood there and felt petrified. Too scared to even turn and look. Was the other owl going to do the same thing? Was it still behind me? Just when I thought I'd never move again, I screamed out loud and jumped some odd feet in the air when my phone went off. I grabbed my phone but quickly remembered the other owl. It was gone. I looked back at my phone. It was my friend. She was saying sorry, that she would be back at the apartment soon, asking if she should meet me at the theater. I didn't even bother texting back, just went and stood directly in front of the entrance, under the brightest, widest lights that the area had to offer. Initially, I hadn't wanted to just stand there and make trouble for my friend if someone asked what I was doing. But right now, I was too scared to care. When my friend got back, she made me explain myself, telling me that I looked physically ill and what happened. I honestly just wasn't sure how to explain this without sounding dramatic. After I finished telling her everything, she didn't really brush it off. Instead, she told me that sometimes she hears owls. That she doesn't always see them, but she hears them. She even told me about a time that someone in her class talked about being in their car parked outside of the apartments when they heard the owls. First, they were far away, but then they saw them above, moving from the trees and over the parking lot. Then they heard what sounded like bird talons or something scraping against their car's hood. The sound was so loud, they said, that they started to honk their horn to try to drive whatever it was away. All they could hear was the scraping, no other noises, no hooting or cawing. Once the scraping stopped, they looked out the windows toward the sky, but they saw nothing. Maybe a few birds in the distance. But then in the field just in front of them, outside of the parking lot, they saw what looked like a large dog running on all fours toward the woods in which the owls had just come from. He said he had no clue what this thing was, and other than being on all fours, it wasn't very dog-like. But at the time, he was sure that it couldn't have caused the noise that he just heard. It was way too far away. When this guy eventually got out of his car, there were no markings on the hood or the car itself, nothing to indicate that anything had been near the car. Though it made me feel better that someone else had experienced something similar or something weird, I still didn't feel like I had any answers. Even to this day, I really don't. At the time, I was pretty happy to be headed home the next day. I am curious, but I'm also afraid. So, has anyone else had experiences like this? Maybe even somewhere in Texas? In 2005, I was about 9 or 10. My little brother was around 5, or whatever age you are in kindergarten. And it was Halloween time. It wasn't actual Halloween. I recall that being a few days later, and for reasons you'll likely understand, we avoided the street where this story took place. My brother and I would walk down this street almost every day. It was just one street over from our own, and the neighborhood led to our school. This was the first year that my brother was in school, so my parents would have me walk to and from school with him on the days they didn't drive us. This was and remains to be a safe, quiet neighborhood in Delaware, which is also a relatively quiet state. We were on our way to school, and we'd left early so that we could stop at the donut shop before getting to school. It was still a bit darker outside as the sun hadn't fully risen yet. As we passed down the familiar streets, we were admiring the Halloween decorations. We couldn't wait to wear our costumes. This year I was Princess Leia and my brother was going to be a tiny Darth Vader. And we really couldn't wait to eat ourselves practically sick on candy. This was something that we weren't usually allowed to have. Walking, we saw lots of jack-o'-lanterns, cobwebs. One house had transformed their whole front yard into a graveyard, while another had a life-size witch standing near the front door and some bats that were suspended from the trees in the porch. Our small town seemed to embrace the holiday, if for no other reason than for the kids in town. As we approached one house, I noticed that they had something very large hanging from the tree in front of it. It looked like maybe a mummy, but it was very unsettling. My family was pretty straight-laced, if you will, rather sheltered and Quaker-esque. We weren't allowed to use fake blood or gore in our costumes, no weapons, and we couldn't watch scary movies, that kind of thing. So I wasn't really sure what I was seeing hanging, but it did scare me. My little brother, too. He asked me what it was, but his voice was cracking. Then he told me that he didn't want to go past the scary lady. I had to assume that he meant whatever was hanging in that tree, and I actually agreed with him. Whatever was over there looked scary. It wasn't well lit like the other scary houses, and there didn't appear to be any other decorations on or near the house. Taking his hand, I told my little brother to follow me across the street. As we reached the other side, we kept walking, but I turned my head and tried to see if I could get a better look, now that I felt safer across the street. I guess it did look like a woman, at least a person with long hair. Cars were passing by, and now other people were walking the streets, so I studied their reactions. Most people seemed to be impressed as they walked by the houses, as we were. No cars seemed to be stopping. So I decided that it was just a really good, really scary decoration. Still, I hurried our walk to the donut shop. After eating our donuts and milk, we headed to the school, where we lived out a relatively normal day. Some of the other kids passed the same house. We all talked about the hanging, scary woman, while some kids said man or ghost. Either way, we all agreed that it was super scary, and I heard some kids daring each other to trick-or-treat there on Halloween. It wasn't until after school that I realized something was wrong. I grabbed my little brother and we started our walk home, but our parents were outside waiting for us. Some friends that had been with me declined a ride home, and so we got into our car. Our parents were very quiet, and instead of asking us about our day like they normally would, they were just silent. Typically, we would play the rose and thorn game, if you've ever heard of it. If you haven't, it's essentially where you talk about the best part of your day and the worst part of your day. After so much quiet, I asked my parents why they picked us up today. That wasn't today a walking day? My dad said that we would talk about it more when we got home, and then he started to ask about our day. So we started at the top of our days. I can't recall what my rose or thorn was, but I know I hadn't really thought about the house or the woman in the tree until my brother used it as his thorn, saying that he didn't like the house with the scary lady outside. I agreed, but I also felt safe with my parents, so I asked if we could drive down the street, mainly wanting to show them the house with the graveyard. But my parents just looked at each other, saying that we really needed to get home, that we would see all of that stuff on Halloween. Then their attention went to reassuring my brother, who was now crying, that we wouldn't have to go by that house, that we didn't have to see that lady. Once home, I started on my homework, not bothering to get into why my parents drove us home. I didn't think about it until dinner, when the news was on. I had just finished setting the table and went to go watch TV while I waited for dinner. I was going to change the channel, but I saw breaking news flash across the local TV station. Breaking news in our small town. I'd never seen it. The news story began by stating that a woman who had apparently committed suicide was mistaken for a Halloween decoration. My eyes widened, and I heard my mom run from the kitchen and my dad from his office. They sat down next to me, asking that I not tell my brother about the news I'd just heard. I shook my head, acknowledging their request, but then I asked them, "Was this why you picked us up today?" Was there really a woman in that tree? They were now shaking their heads, acknowledging my question. All that I could think about in that moment was that I had just passed a real dead person with my 5-year-old brother. My parents asked if I was all right, and I wasn't even sure, but I told them yes. They hugged me, telling me that they were sure that it was scary for us, telling me not to worry about the woman and that the police and everyone else had taken care of her. I wasn't sure what suicide meant, and I didn't ask. But naturally, as I got older, I put the pieces together. My little brother, he doesn't recall the experience, at least not the same way that I do. When he was about 10, I asked if he remembered the experience, the lady. And he still recalls it as being a lady on the sidewalk. That maybe something was in the tree, but that it was the decoration, the woman next to it, that scared him most. He says she looked gray and cold. She looked like she was hurt, but she was just standing there, waiting for us to pass her. For several years, I tried to tell him that's not how it happened, but he remained steadfast in his claims and in what he saw that day. So my explanation for this difference in our recollection of events is that maybe my little brother did see that woman. Maybe he saw her spirit, while I was only able to see her physical form. Years ago, this theory would have been called far-fetched by my own standards. But you just see and learn more with time. You open yourself up to possibilities, even if that possibility is something as inconceivable as ghosts. This was back in 2001. The first sighting was on Halloween that year, but it was not the only one. I had just bought my own small plot of land in rural eastern Kentucky. The space sat just outside a large set of woods. Over the next year, I would build a small house and would stay mainly at the local hotels as I worked on the actual building of the house. Even being out there daily, working on everything, I never saw anything unusual or felt anything strange. Until I was ready to move in, there wasn't much reason for me to be there at night either. On Halloween, I had people over. My friends brought over their quads, and we just rode them around the property for hours. Eventually, we made a bonfire, and were just shooting the shit over chicken and beer. At one point, we went inside to refresh our drinks, grab some blankets. One of my friends, Carrie, walked into the kitchen to make some tea. She came running back into the room, saying that she wasn't going back out there tonight, that we shouldn't either. She was saying that she swore to God that she had saw a slender man. I stared at her while two of my friends began laughing. I had no idea what a slender man was, so I genuinely asked her what she saw, what it looked like. She went on to say that it was near the closest tree out there, and that it was very tall and gray, with slim, stick-like arms and fingers that were long, too long. I asked about its face, and all she could say is that there were dark circles where the eyes should be. I didn't want to laugh at her, but I started to think that this was some sort of Halloween prank based on what she was describing. I followed her to the kitchen, but there was nothing beside the tree, at least not any longer. All of us were able to brush it off, except for Carrie. She was certain that she had seen something, and she ended up going to bed early, saying that this was an awful long distance for a random Halloween prankster to travel, just to potentially scare one person. I didn't disagree with her, but it was Halloween, and we were talking about scary stuff. My house was sort of in the middle of nowhere. The rest of us didn't go back out that night. We just stayed inside watching movies. So if it did come back, I don't know how we would have seen it that night. Over the next few months, I started to see movement outside when no one was there. I would look outside and trees would be moving without the help of any wind, but nothing would be around. It's not incredibly well lit, but when the moon is out, there's enough light to see if something is moving around out there. I can never see into the woods at night, but I can see the trees that are a bit closer to the house, like the large oak that Carrie had seen the slender figure next to. One night, I would see it for myself. Months after Halloween had passed, a tall, thin, humanoid creature. It would stand outside my home, and it stood about half as tall as that large oak tree. Gray skin, long arms, and hands where the fingers came to a sharp tip, like claws. It didn't appear to be moving, and I was glad. It seemed massive in height, frail but massive. I had just been taking out the garbage and was washing my hands when I looked out the window and saw this. At the time, I didn't have a phone with a camera. And even now, I'm not sure that I would have been able to appropriately capture this thing on film. I didn't want to look away from it, just wanted to see what it would do. I hardly glanced down to grab a towel, and I mean glance, maybe 1 second, and it was gone. No longer near the tree, and nothing in sight. I never saw it in its full form again, but the flashes from the corner of my eyes, the tree's movement, that all continued until I left. After about a year of living there, after going back and forth on my decision, I eventually sold the house and the property. Ultimately, it came down to the fact that I hated the kinds of dreams I was having. I hated the feeling of always having to look over my shoulder, that someone was watching me. Something was watching me. Carrie referenced Slender Man, but from everything I've gathered about it, which isn't much, I just don't know how much I believe in that. Whatever this was, it didn't appear to have clothes or accessories, just a gray humanoid, and very tall in every way, long. Does anyone have any idea what it could have been? I haven't seen it since, and I still live in Kentucky, but a less rural area now. I decided it feels better to have human neighbors than humanoid neighbors. This is a memory my mom has from her childhood. It's left quite an impression on her, and it's always given me the chills, so it feels appropriate to share on Halloween. My mother grew up in Sweden, and this was in the early 1960s. She was out in the schoolyard with the rest of her classmates. It was a smaller school, so there was probably about 10 or 15 children out there. Surrounding the school and the schoolyard was a forest. At this time of year, a lot of the trees were bare, with most of their leaves filling the ground. All of the children, including my mother, ran over to various large piles of leaves that were just before the forest line. My mother described the leaves as being very tall, taller than her and her classmates. Given that they were all primary school children, I imagine them as being very large and looking giant to children. There was one pile in particular that seemed to be getting a lot of attention. My mother walked over to see what everyone was looking at. When two children moved apart, she could see just between them the pile that everyone was looking at. This pile was nothing like the other piles, though. Instead, my mother said that it looked as though she was peering through a classroom door. She saw desks lined up, stretching back further than the pile of leaves itself. She couldn't understand how it was possible. How did so much stuff fit inside of there? She tried to squeeze forward, which became easier as more children began to file into this pile of leaves, this classroom. She saw children grab things off of the shelves. They were real shelves, it would appear. My mother never stepped inside. She found the whole thing scary, or uneasy, as she describes it. Like when you're in a room, any room, that suddenly goes dark. She couldn't bring herself to do what some of the other kids were doing. When the teacher began calling for the students to come inside, several of the kids refused to leave this area. They were refusing to leave this classroom. With a second and final warning call from the teacher, my mother and about half of the class had no choice but to head back inside, leaving behind the 4 additional classmates, the ones who had refused to leave the woods. It didn't take long for the teacher to begin asking questions. She needed to know where these 4 children were, and she was counting on the class to tell her. All at once, they began to explain what they had seen to their teacher. My mother said that they did a relatively good job at painting a visual of what had happened, what they'd seen. But the only adult in the room wasn't buying it. Almost immediately after she'd had enough, their teacher left the classroom, and all the children made their way to the classroom window to watch as she walked through the playfield and towards the various piles of leaves. My mother said that they saw her grow panicked when the piles of leaves were nothing more than just piles of leaves. She yelled out for the children for quite some time, but no response. Other adults filtered into the classroom, but once they saw what the children were looking at, they too ran out and joined their teacher. Soon, all of the adults were in a panic. Then, the police came, and then the fire department. School was canceled, called off that day. All the parents were called to pick up their children. My mother remembers so many crying adults. Even her own parents were crying, which at the time, she couldn't really understand. But the thing was, her parents were just happy to see her, because some parents didn't go home with their children that day. Their children were still missing. And as far as my mother knows, they still are. She doesn't remember ever seeing them or that school again. I have a couple of motion-censored cameras. I set them up recently because I no longer have roommates, and I thought it would be nice to know that my house is secure, even if I'm not home. The motion sensors are on every window, every door, but I also have above the fireplace in the kitchen and facing the back door the cameras that start recording when these motions are detected. They aren't really anything fancy. I got them off of Amazon, but they definitely worked enough while I had them on. 2 days after I set this whole thing up, I started getting alerts while I was at work. This had me curious at first. I wanted to know how it would react to things like my dog walking around the house, but then it kept happening and I wouldn't always see my dog there. When I got home, I tried to readjust the settings, and when I was doing this, I discovered that one of the cameras, the main one, had essentially died. I decided to get some extension cords and keep them plugged in for a power source so I wouldn't have to worry about changing the batteries. Even after adjusting the settings, the alerts kept happening. Eventually, I stopped looking at the alerts in the footage when I kept seeing nothing there. It wasn't until that night, when I actually went through all of the footage, that I saw something. I saw the normal, the usual. My dog walked by once. Several times there was nothing. But for no more than 1 second, a white figure appeared out of nowhere. It was shorter than an adult, more like the size of a tall child or teenager. I instantly combed through previous footage and nothing, so I went back to this one, the one I attached, and watched it on repeat. It's clearly a figure. A white human figure. No matter how I watched it slowed down or frame by frame, the figure does appear out of nowhere. It's in front of the TV, but not from the TV, just appearing on its side profile. After more extensive review, it truly does look like a young girl or young boy with very long light-colored hair. But as you can see, the rest of the figure is all but a white blur. Aside from seeing it stand about 4 feet tall, it sort of just glides out of frame. If you could see feet, I would say it walked out of frame, but what I see is one moment it appears out of nowhere, this white, misty figure, and then glides out of view. It's not picked up by any of the other cameras, though, only appearing out of nowhere for 1 second, and then leaving. I have no idea what it means, who it was or what. The thing is, I've lived in this house for a while, but always with roommates, always with the notion that someone else is in the home. But now, living alone for the first time in years, I am questioning everything. I don't know if afraid is the right word, but I did remove the system. I can easily hook it up if I change my mind, but I don't think I'm someone who needs a whole bunch of proof. I think I'm okay with just that one sighting. And it would appear that someone is looking after my home when I'm not there, after all. I would consider myself a skeptic, not a true believer of all things paranormal. With that being said, I do have an unexplained experience. I'm a general contractor, and about a year ago, I was doing some work for a customer which involved remodeling a bathroom. The entire time, me and one of my employees worked in the bathroom. We had a clear shot down the stairs, the bathroom being on the 2nd story, and both of us kept seeing a black figure poke its head around the corner from the living room downstairs. Both of us assumed it was the customer. Then, when the customer came home later, we realized nobody was in there besides the two of us when we saw the figure. Eventually, we brought this up to the customer, just in conversation. And she informed us that, at night, she hears loud thuds, and she also sees a black figure peering around corners. This was no concern, really, to us. Like I said, I'm not a huge believer in paranormal, so we joked about it, and we finished the job. There was a mirror that we replaced upstairs, and we took the old one with us. I stored it in my basement for about 3 months until another customer needed a new mirror, so we sold it to her. We installed it, and then we left. While the mirror was stored in my basement, my wife complained about strange feelings and seeing someone out of the corner of her eye in the basement while doing laundry. We both heard thuds from the basement on some nights. This all stopped when the mirror was removed. Fast forward 1 month, and I get a call from the customer I sold the mirror to, asking for a new mirror that she bought to be hung up, and curious if we could dispose of the other one that we sold her. This took me by surprise since we just installed it. I didn't ask, but she told me that she had a bad feeling about the mirror. She'd prefer a new one. She didn't want her money back, and she paid us to install the new one. So now the mirror is at my shop, and my employees are saying that there's weird sounds and shadows have been giving them the creeps. The only thing I can think of is the mirror. It's always at the center of these strange occurrences. Like I said, I don't believe in all things paranormal, but I'm open-minded. Does anyone know what could be happening? I'm at a loss. This is a story about one of my babysitters growing up. My mom was a single parent who worked nights, which meant that I usually had a babysitter putting me to sleep. Around this time in our lives, I typically had the same babysitter. Her name was Olivia, and she lived in my apartment complex. At the time, I wasn't sure how old she was, but she'd sometimes come over in a uniform that she told me was for her school. Naturally, I remember this detail because as a child in public school who had no idea what private school was, I found it so odd that she wore a uniform to school, like my mom going to work in her uniform. But she was an adult, I remember thinking. Adults wear uniforms. Either way, I really liked Olivia. Usually I hated when my hair would get brushed, or if my mom tried to do anything to it, I'd make a fuss. But with Olivia, I was okay with her doing my hair. Plus, she could do French braids, and I loved that. I never had any sisters, or aunts, or cousins for that matter, so having Olivia around was nice. She seemed to like me, which I guess is a sign that she was a good babysitter, because she never made me feel like I was a bother. Instead of cutting off my stories or getting distracted like other adults, she would always actually pay attention, ask me questions about what I was saying. She made me do my chores. She had me thinking about things that I'd never thought about before, like where I wanted to go in the world, and why were cheetahs my favorite animal. The thing was, I had issues with bedwetting early on when Olivia had first started. I wasn't used to my mom being gone at night, and I'd get nervous. I remember her making me feel normal about it. She even agreed to just clean the sheets right then and there, creating a giant living room floor bed with all the blankets that she could find. After that, I was sold, and I was sure to tell my mom every chance I got that I loved Olivia and that she had to be the one to babysit me. And usually, she was. Sometimes I'd get a rando, but that was super rare. I could pretty much always count on Olivia being there. But one day, she literally just didn't show up. My mom was really upset, and she knew it wasn't like her. I had the typical last-minute replacement, the very old woman in the apartment below ours. My mom only used her as a last resort because she refused to come to our apartment, and her apartment smelled rather bad, and I always seemed to be complaining about it. But then the next day, I was also with that same old lady babysitter. Then that turned into 2 or 3 days, and I'm not sure how many, but still, no Olivia. I started to get curious, asking my mom when she would be back. My mom didn't seem to have any answers for me. We moved very shortly after, and I remember telling my mom I hated her for this. I told her that if Olivia ever came back, we wouldn't be here, and she would never be able to find us. I didn't know at the time that these words were super hurtful to my mom. I also had no idea why we were moving. So for the next 9 years, I would move on in life thinking that Olivia just abandoned me, that she never actually liked me. I thought that she moved away first and just didn't tell me. My mom constantly tried to stick up for her, saying that sometimes people move on in life, that I would understand when I was older that this was not personal. Even though I didn't walk around angry for the next several years, I often thought about her. Sometimes I would even have dreams about her, but over time, those faded too. But 9 years later, on a random night, I saw Olivia. I was dreaming, or at least I thought I was. I felt pressure on the bed, like when my cat lays down, but my cat was on the other side of me. I shot up, and sitting at the edge of my bed was Olivia. She looked like she was reading a story. She wasn't looking at me, she was looking to her left. I leaned forward, and it was like I was watching an old movie of my life. It was Olivia sitting next to me, reading my favorite story, which was Harold and the Purple Crayon. I felt like saying something, but the moment seemed so peaceful that I just watched. My mom never owned a video camera, so I never actually got to see videos of me as a child. I couldn't even be sure that this moment really happened, but I could be sure that she read me that story tirelessly. One time even going as far as taping paper all over the walls so I could color with my own giant purple crayon. I have some solid photos of that experience, thanks to her. I was enjoying the show, basically. But within a blink of my eyes, I was sitting up, leaned over as I was before, but there was no scene unfolding in front of me. I sort of laid there and realized that I wasn't dreaming, at least not anymore. Yet, I never actually felt myself wake up out of that moment. I just blinked it away. Having not seen her in almost 10 years, I thought it was wild, and I got the idea to ask my mom what the heck actually happened to Olivia. It turns out that Olivia went missing. At least that was the story my mom was told right away. She learned within a few days, maybe a week, that Olivia was taken by a man that murdered her. This man was actually responsible for several missing girls around Olivia's age in our area. I learned that she was 17 at the time. It was Olivia's case that actually led to the man being where he is now, which is in prison. My mom took this opportunity to explain a lot of things, including why we moved cities so suddenly after Olivia left. But with this newly learned detail about what really happened, everything just sort of made sense. It was just a few weeks, maybe a week after the last time I'd seen Olivia, that I had a dream about her. She was crying and telling me she was sorry, telling me that she would never just leave me alone. In the dream, I started angry with her, but I felt bad that she was crying, so instead, I consoled her, telling her that it was okay, just as she would do with me when I was sad, when I was crying. I forgave her in that dream, and I'm so glad that I did because I think it really was her, coming to say goodbye and to explain herself. She knew I was too young to understand everything at the time. I'm sure of it, just like my mom knew. But she did everything she could to try to make one last connection with me, and I cherish that. When I was about 6 years old, I had an imaginary friend. That's what everyone around me called her anyways. The thing was that I could really see her. When I said, "No, don't sit there. Laura is sitting there," I meant it. I did quickly realize that no one could hurt Laura. I realized this when my brother would repeatedly sit on her. He was a few years older than me, and at the time, got his kicks by making me upset. Laura and what she wore were white or light blue colored. She looked human, but she also truly looked ghostly, transparent in a sense. I couldn't always see Laura, usually only a few times a month. When she was gone, I didn't miss her. as I felt like she was still around, I just couldn't see her. My mom would constantly ask me who I was talking to, as Laura and I would play in my room often. Each time I'd proudly explain it was Laura. I said Laura doesn't talk as much as I do, but no one ever acknowledged her. One day I woke up and I found a small bracelet on my bedside table. I thought at first it was from my mom, but then there was Laura. She told me that I could have it, that it was for me, and it was a friendship bracelet. I was excited. I went and told my mom about it. I recall her looking at the bracelet over and over and continuing to ask me where I got it, and I continuing to explain that it was from Laura. She asked me if I'd been going up to the attic or the garage. I told her no, that I was sure Laura gave it to me because she told me. I didn't get in trouble, but my mom was not happy, as she felt I wasn't being honest. This made me feel like I shouldn't tell my mom about Laura anymore. The same week, I imagine, I found myself in my mom's room looking through her jewelry. She had so many bracelets, I thought. One of them is bound to be perfect for Laura, a friendship bracelet for her. I grabbed one that I thought I'd never seen my mom wear, and that night I left it on my bedside table for Laura. The next morning, it was gone. I was confronted by my mom before I got a chance to see Laura again. She asked if I'd been in her room, if I took something from her jewelry box. I was honest, telling her yes. Laura gave me something, so I felt I needed to give her something. I told her I left it on the side table, so Laura must have taken it. She was furious, telling me that I stole from her and that bracelet was Grandma's. I'd better find it. I'd never seen her so mad. She told me that I was lying to her, and now I was crying. So much so that I ran away and shut myself in the bathroom. Soon my mom was at the door, asking me to come out and to please talk to her. I opened the door and somberly followed her back to my room. When we got inside my room, my mom stopped. She was frozen, staring at my bed. I looked over and I saw, on the bedside table, my grandma's bracelet. I looked up at my mom. She was still in shock. She looked down at me. Okay, sweetie, tell me more about Laura. I don't remember how long we talked, but I told her as much as I could about Laura. She listened and asked me if Laura was there now. She wasn't, but I agreed to tell her when Laura was around, and she agreed to not sit on her and would ask my brother to do the same. As time went on, I didn't see Laura so often, and I can't even pinpoint the actual last time I saw her. There was no significant events after that one, and no real goodbye either. Eventually, Laura felt more like a dream or a memory, the way kindergarten or my first day of middle school felt, or anything else that seemed significant, but with time, it just truly fades away. My mom, to this day, says that I alone made her a believer in ghosts. I'm still not sure if Laura was a ghost, as I don't really know if that's an insult or not to the people on Laura's side. I just know that for a while, I had a friend that no one could see, and I also know that without being in my head or sharing my experiences, it all sounds a little far-fetched. But I assure you, Laura was as real as anything else I've seen. Back when it was just me and my mom, we used to live in this creepy apartment building. She says that I was in 3rd grade, but I remember it more like 2nd. Either way, 2nd or 3rd grade, it was a creepy place. The hallways were always very dimly lit, and there were no windows inside the halls. So even if it was a bright, sunny day outside, that was soon forgotten once the doors to the inside closed. The laundry room was in the basement of the building. There was also poor lighting in this area, although at least this area had one tiny window that you could see from the outside sidewalk. Being a kid, I didn't have much to do when it came to laundry, so I'd usually only be in there if my mom was doing laundry. One day I was coming home from school, and I remember looking in through the window from the sidewalk. Without kneeling on the ground entirely, all I could see was that someone was putting laundry in the washer. I could see by the bracelet and the ring that it was my mom. Normally, my mom didn't like me to wander the building alone. The deal was straight to the apartment and call her as soon as I made it, if she wasn't already there. I figured since it was her in there, it would be fine. So I rushed inside the building and headed down the stairs instead of to our apartment. But once I made the short run to the basement, there was no one there. I walked over to where the washers were, and there wasn't even any laundry going. I remember thinking that was weird, but then, over all else, I felt the need to get inside my apartment as soon as possible. So I went to leave. I was almost up the stairs when I felt something cold wrap around my ankle. I looked down, but there was nothing to see. I heard someone gently whisper my name, and it sounded like my mom. But before I even had a chance to figure out where that had come from, I was violently yanked back down the stairs. I found myself screaming against the cement steps as my face hit one of the stairs. I remember that it was a small staircase, maybe 5 or 6 steps, but it felt like a million. When I hit the bottom, all I could taste was blood. As I laid there a moment, I heard a raspy laugh. It was mocking and cruel. But I could hardly see anything at all because of all the tears in my eyes. But I pushed myself up and I ran away, crying and bleeding. When I finally made it to the apartment, my mom was home. She opened the door before I could unlock it, and she was horrified at what she saw. It took me a while to get it together, and even to this day, I've had to re-explain the events to my mom as it happened. For a long while, she thought that I was making up the laundry story to cover up that someone had hurt me. Then it was that I was doing something I shouldn't have been doing. But it was never, "I'm sorry that something pretended to be me, attacked you, and then potentially tried to kill you, honey." She does believe me. At least she says she does. I think over time, she accepted that I wouldn't make something like this up. I mean, this event ripped a patch of skin off of the front of my leg, where I have a nice scar, as well as a small scrape scar, just under my right eye on the cheek, from where I hit the stairs. So sure, I could have lost my footing, but what about the visions, the voices, and most of all, how do I explain something physically grabbing me? Even though I couldn't see it, I could feel it. I don't know. But I can tell you that I never went back down there to try to figure it out. For several months, I thought that a roommate of mine in college was schizophrenic or suffering some sort of mental illness. That changed during the last few weeks that we lived together. The apartment was very old, small, and had 2 bedrooms with a shared bath. It was just across from the school itself. Rent was decent, given that the apartments were meant for students, and this was my first apartment, as my first year was in the dorms. At this time, I worked at a coffee shop in the university, which meant I usually was the first one out of the apartment and the last one home. The first day of my early shift, I saw that my roommate's light was on. It was about 4 a.m., but in college, it wasn't unheard of to pull all-nighters or to get up early to do whatever you failed to do the night before. I decided to offer her some coffee, but when I knocked on her door, I didn't get a response. As I was finishing getting ready, I heard my roommate in her room, but I couldn't quite understand what she was saying. I walked over to her door, gave a small knock, before opening the door and asking what she said. Silence. When I opened the door, I could see that she was sleeping, but she had every light you could imagine on. Night lights, Christmas lights, the bedroom light itself, and 2 side table lamps. My first thought was, whoa. Then my mind went to, this is strange. And then I finished with, what a waste of energy. I went to switch off the light, and as I did, I heard my roommate gasp for air. I looked back, and with the help of every other light in the room, I could see that she was sitting straight up in bed, looking terrified, staring directly at the light switch. She sat there, breathing deeply or heavily, just staring at the switch, so I turned it back on, saying, "Sorry about that. At first I thought you were awake, and then I thought you were sleeping," I explained while I turned it on. Now the light was on, and she seemed to steady her breathing. She didn't say anything, but I took the opportunity to slowly leave the room, close the door, and head to work. From that moment on, I noticed my roommate's lights were always on, and I didn't bother turning them off. I would also hear chatter constantly in her room. Sometimes it didn't quite sound like her, but it was definitely someone. There were times that she would leave her door open when she was getting ready, and I could hear her talking to herself, I thought, but when I would walk by the room, it would stop. I never actually caught her talking, which is what I found so strange. Like she was doing it, but didn't want others to be aware of it. Eventually, I let this detail go. She was an odd duck, I decided. Leaving lights on, talking to herself, and just a little antisocial. One morning, after work, I wasn't feeling well, so I decided I'd go home, sleep for a while, knowing that I'd only miss a class that I could easily make up. When I got home, I noticed that my roommate's lights were on, but she was gone. I knew her schedule enough to know that I'd be seeing her head into economics around this time, and I'd be going across to business law. I decided that I would at least turn off the main light. We both paid utilities, so I felt that I could explain myself with that one, if she noticed. I laid down for a nap, setting my alarm to go off in about 2 hours. Instead of an alarm, I was abruptly woken up by my roommate, standing over me and demanding to know why I went in her room. Why would I turn off all the lights? I was groggy and not necessarily feeling better from before, but I sat up and advised her I was sorry, but I did only turn off the one light. I didn't step inside her room. I started to get ready to go into the utilities comment, but she stopped me, clarifying that I absolutely did not go in her room. She believed me, but she didn't look right. She looked scared. "Are you okay?" I asked her. But she quickly dismissed everything, only saying as she was leaving my room, "Please, I'll pay extra for utilities. I just have a thing with the dark." I shook my head, saying, "No worries. We could talk about it later, too. Figure something out." She closed my door, and I just laid there, contemplating falling back asleep. Just as I did, my alarm went off. I heard my roommate in her room and thought to myself, I should hop in the shower if I plan on leaving. And then I heard the shower start. So I laid there a minute waiting for her to take a shower, but she wasn't leaving her room. Finally, almost annoyed at the amount of waste this woman displayed, I made my way out to ask if she was going to get in the shower, or play dumb like I thought that she had just gotten out. I left my room, and I could see the bathroom door was closed, with the lights on, as was her bedroom door. I walked to her room and lightly knocked. The chatter stopped. She told me to come in. I asked about the shower, and she turned white as the walls that were surrounding her. I wasn't sure what I had done wrong this time, but she looked at me and said, "You didn't start the shower?" I was confused, obviously, and I told her no, but I did need to take one. She told me that she wasn't using the bathroom, that she didn't turn that on. Before leaving her room, she told me, "Be careful." If I'm being honest, I thought she was losing it. I even called my mom asking what I should do. She recommended talking to her about seeing the campus doctor. Maybe it was just stress, my mom would say. She was forgetting things because she was stressed out. I took this information to heart because I didn't know a lot about my roommate and thought, of course, it's probably something explainable. For the next week, I prepared what I was going to say to her, even researching online how not to and how to approach people about these kinds of things. I wasn't finding any great opportunities to talk with my roommate, given our schedules. But with the weekend coming up, I thought if I stayed home, I was bound to run into her. So I decided to have a weekend in, just me and Netflix. I was watching Orange is the New Black, when suddenly I heard movement and muffled talking coming from my roommate's room. Instantly, I thought this was strange. Our front door made this beeping sound when someone would unlock it. It also had a recognizable squeak when it was opened or closed. I didn't hear any of that. Thinking maybe I had my show up too loud, I turned it down and I kept listening. She was in there, and it sounded like she was moving things around. Rearranging her room, I thought. I paused the show and prepared myself for a conversation. I remember not leaving my room for a while, too nervous. Mustering the courage, I made my way to her room. The first thing I noticed was the front door was locked. Not a huge red flag, as she should lock it when she comes inside. Maybe I had left it unlocked initially. Oops, I thought. But when I looked over at her room, I saw the unfamiliar sight of no light emanating from under the door. That's strange, I thought, as I walked over to the room. I placed my head against the door and I listened. What was she doing in the dark? Clear sounds of movement, like someone was whipping through hangers, quickly, trying to find something to wear. But in the dark, I knocked, and I heard all the noises cease. I called out her name, saying that I was going to come in just for a second, and was now a good time to talk. No response. I opened the door, and her room was pitch black. I stepped in, and I called her name again. I scanned the room, looking near the window, the bed, then toward the closet. There was someone standing in the closet doorway. I couldn't see their face. I couldn't see any details. But I could see that it was moving. It was breathing. And now, I could hear the breathing. Then I could hear distorted whispering. All of this in a matter of a second. I jumped back and struggled for the light switch. Once I hit the switch, nothing was in the doorway any longer. But my roommate's clothes were everywhere. Her room looked destroyed. I instantly started to panic, recalling what I had just experienced, but then also looking around her room at the scene. Even as scared as I was, I ran over to the closet saying her name again, hoping this was a sick joke or the perfect time to tell my roommate she's losing it. Then I started to feel lightheaded. I ran out to the living room, sitting for a moment, contemplating if I was the one losing my mind. I turned on every light in the house, including all of the lights in my roommate's room, and I hid in my room with all of my lights on, waiting for my roommate to come home. My roommate never did come home that night, and I didn't sleep. The next morning, I heard the front door unlock. I must have dozed for a bit because the sun was starting to come out. I hopped out of bed and I ran to meet my roommate, not aware in that moment that I probably looked insane. I met her in the doorway. She looked at me, and then she sort of grinned. Then she walked right past me, looked in her room, looked back at me, and before I could even explain anything, she said, "So you experienced it too, didn't you?" I slowly shook my head, and she said, "Come on, let's go for a drive." We drove around the city for a long time, got some breakfast burritos, and talked about everything. She explained that she had no idea what it was, and that she believes it lives in our apartment or is attached to that apartment, even that room, telling me that things started happening right when she moved in. I told her that my room didn't seem to have the same activity, and she laughed, saying she knew, and even considered asking if I would switch rooms with her, but she felt bad. Then I laughed about almost referring her for a psychiatric evaluation. Turns out she had already done that herself, but had recently switched to online forums that discussed possible possession or infestations, and even the possibility of a lingering spirit. I asked if there was anything that we could do, and she said that she'd been trying to do things for months. Chants and different things that she'd read about online. She got the sage, she did the whole cleansing thing, and it did seem to work for a little. But then the shower thing happened. Once the shower thing happened, or once we were both aware, she thinks the activity seemed to get stronger. After our long drive, we actually decided that we would move. We weren't sure if we could get another room together, but we both agreed this apartment was a bit too much for us. By the end of the semester, we were both in new apartments. We weren't living together, but reported back to each other, and were happy to report that nothing had happened since. Happy that whatever was living with us had decided to stay put, and decided not to follow us. This isn't a particularly scary experience, but it's certainly fascinating, and it's one that to this day, I know it's hard to believe. I was living in York, North England. It's a place that's pretty famous for ghost encounters. I was living in an old pub that had been turned into a student house sometime in the mid-1900s. In the courtyard, there was still signage to the building, and it told us that the pub had been called the Bootham Tavern. One night, me and my buddies are sharing some drinks, listening to music and whatnot, when my friend Jake stands up into the middle of the room. When I look over, I see a man appear behind him. This man is dressed in Victorian clothes, wool trousers, waistcoat, and a twiddly mustache. In his left hand, he has a serving tray with 5 beers on it, and he has a bar cloth draped over his right forearm. The man bows slightly as he passes Jake, then dips straight by him and out through the wall in one fluid movement. He moves the way one might squeeze through the crowd of a busy bar. I saw the guy for maybe 1.5 or 2 seconds. At the same time, me and a girl who was sat in the same position as me exclaim, "I've just seen a guy right there behind Jake." We looked at each other kind of stunned, then confirmed with each other the details of what we had seen. We both agreed that the figure was in no way threatening, but that he was carrying out the job that he had once done in the pub. It felt like he was happy to have people to serve again.